Hello, everyone, and welcome to live and uninterrupted commentary and coverage of the GTPlanet 6 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps. It's the ninth round of the 2015 GTPlanet Endurance Series, and we're very, very happy to have you with us today. If you're joining for the first time this season or returning, I see there's quite a few recognisable names in the YouTube chat already. Welcome back. Welcome to the show, and hopefully we're going to have a great race today. My name's Andrew. I'm a GTPlanet's community member. Joining me in the commentary booth today, a couple of new faces, new voices, I should say, in the commentary booth. First, I'll introduce fellow community member Greg. Hello, Greg.
Hey, what's up? I just want to say it's so amazing to be able to call this race with you guys here today. It's just absolutely incredible. This is one of the biggest endurance racing series, one of the biggest online endurance racing series there is. It's just absolutely incredible to move up from the ORA to this. It's going to be so fun to call this race.
Well, it's great to have you with us. I hope you really enjoyed the first experience of commentating with us. Also with us currently live in the commentary booth, he's going to be our pit lane reporter for the first part of this race today. It's another Andrew. We've now got three Andrews on the broadcasting team, but we're going to call him HP because he's Green Hell Heathens team manager. Welcome to the show, Heathen Pride. Hello, HP.
Hello, Andrew. How are you? Hello, everybody.
Oh, I'm very good. I'm really looking forward to this race. I think it's the first time I've seen the P1s in action this season. I've been a bit in and out of it, but it should be a great race. And I think with just about 10 minutes to go, shall we do a run through the grid, guys?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so on pole position for the 6 Hours of Silverstone today, it's the Avaleron Racing team. They got under the 2-minute barrier. They set a time of 1 minute 59.603. Three drivers for that team. Chris 93 setting that pole lap. Also in that car are GTP Passam and Skyline Cat. They just pipped to that pole position the ABC Racing Squad with the Bomb setting a 159.635. So they're starting second on the grid. They're just a two-man team today, so the Bomb 330 and TNR Pfeffer in that car. On row 2 in grid 3, it's the Bitter Rivals Racing team. The 2 minutes .334 for their qualifying. And they've got two drivers as well, the Flash 05 and Lionface. Fourth on the grid in the second of the Audi R18s, WRS North America. So a 2 minute 1.514 set by GTP Patrick. He'll be joined in that car by GTP Bambi and Alex Emenos today. We've had a little bit of a move around from the provisional grid that's currently up on the thread, or the one that I've got in front of me. Fifth on the grid now and taking pole in LMP2 are the ABC Racing team, who've had a very strong season so far. Remember, they did very well back in the first round of the year at Daytona. They've now taken pole position because Inferno Racing have had to do a driver change and have been relegated to the back of the grid. So ABC Racing take pole position with D Griffin and Zero Duck in that car for us today. Second in LMP2 and sixth overall are the Aura Racing team in their Pescarolo C60 Hybrid Judd. Mikey and Pubez 16 taking that car, hopefully for them, to victory here today at Spa-Francorchamps. Next up, it's the Venator Racing team. We're into the LMGTEs, in fact, now. So Venator Racing take pole position in GTE in their BMW M3. Ace of Spades, Cross 24 and Sprintar 64 at the wheel of that car today. Second in LMGTE and eighth on the grid overall. First of the Chevy Corvettes is a team-wise racing squad with Krelu, EOL and TWR Seb 72. Next up, ninth on the grid, the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective, making their debut, I believe, today in GTE. They had a very, very strong performance in LMP3, you might remember, back at Silverstone a few weeks ago. They're piloting a BMW M3, Blue Zephos, Eat Frogs for Tea and Tanky 1 in that car. Last but not least in LMGTE are the Can-Am VRL team. In the second of the Chevrolet Corvette C6s, DC Want Cash, F1 Racing 68 and Ogdugi Nutty in that car. And then the two cars that are still in the race but had difficult qualifyings. Another one of the LMP1s, the only Bentley Speed 8 that we have on the grid today, piloted by the eScuderia GTMX team. Alfantivai, sorry, I've probably pronounced that name terribly, and his teammate Oscar. So it's a two-man squad in the Bentley. And then, as we mentioned earlier, Inferno Racing, who did take pole position in LMP2, but have now been relegated to the back of the grid in their Gibson 015S Nissan, RCB 99 and TRL Evolution. And that makes up the grid. I should mention as well, SSR Motorsports and the other Gibson Nissan in LMP2 and TNR Ford Performance in the Ford GT did not qualify for the race, guys. So we're just...
Go ahead. I was just going to say that's just a huge disappointment for those guys. It's got to be a huge disappointment because this is the 6 hours of Spa. It's a very big, very important race, so it's just going to be hugely disappointing for them to not be able to make the race.
Yeah, but hopefully they can make progress further into the season and qualify for future races. I think it's just a testament because those teams won't be weak teams. They are very, very strong teams, but the level of competition that we've seen so far in the GTPlanet Endurance Series has really been impressive. As I think we're starting the parade lap. GTP AJ, the series organizer, leading the field round, coming onto the Kemmel Straight now in the safety car. So I think within the next 5 minutes we'll have this race underway. So we're approaching the midpoint of the season, and the championships, the different championships, as well as competition for the overall championship, is getting hotter by the race. A little rundown of the individual class championships. In LMP1, at the moment in the lead of that, on 50 points, is the Bitter Rivals Racing team. Second are ABC Racing on 36. Then you've got the WRS North America team on 27 and Avaleron Racing on 25. So with a lot of points up for grabs here at Spa today, that class is really going to get close and very competitive today. LMP2 at the moment, your runaway leaders are ABC Racing, so they've got two cars, remember, today. So their Courage C60 Peugeot currently leads LMP2 with 125 points, mostly off the back of their great performance at Daytona in the start of the season. Then it's Inferno Racing on 79. SSR Motorsports are third, but of course they don't race today. They didn't qualify for this one. They are currently on 48 points. ORA Racing Team are on 18, and then Swift Autosports sadly won't be adding to their 9 points in that class here today. Last but not least, you've got GTE as well. Once again, very, very close in this class. Teamwise Racing currently lead it on 43 points. Then it's Venator Racing on 33. TNR Ford Performance miss out today, so they won't be able to take the lead of the championship. They currently sit on 21 points. And Can-Am VRL are on 27. So once again, only 16 points between fourth and first in that class. And the very fast Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective may be on 0, but they're not a million miles behind. So if you've joined us in the YouTube stream, thank you very much. You can post your questions to us in the chat. HP will be keeping an eye on those questions, and we'll try and get those queries answered and you guys up to date as quickly as possible. AJ is up in race control and will be monitoring the progress of the race and giving us updates, our hourly updates, as quickly as he can. We will say, remember guys, if you're out there, if you're one of the team managers, keep on top of your teams, get those photos of all your laps and progress into us in race control, and we can get everybody up to date as soon as possible. We'll keep an eye on what's going on in real time using the live timing on the game.
Andrew, I'll just interrupt you there. It looks like we've got an early penalty, as pointed out by GTP Bambi. It looks like the pace car has exceeded track limits. So,
Well,
AJ's...
that's just shocking behaviour. We can't be having any of that. AJ should really
Absolutely.
know better.
That's black flag by the look of it for AJ.
So as AJ leads them round, coming up through, I think Stavelot now, coming up onto this long straight before Blanchimont. We're not far away, guys. We're less than 2 minutes away from the start of the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. If you want to keep up with the race when we're not on air, well, we're going to be on air for the whole race today and tomorrow for the 6 hours in Nürburgring. But if you want to keep up to things when we're not on air and more information about the series, visit the forums at GTPlanet.net. Follow us on Twitter, GTPlanet News and GTP_AJ. And of course, as we've said already, if you're watching the live stream, you can get involved in the chat as well. Do stick in those chat comments who you think is going to take the victory today. Personally, I can't call this one because, especially with LMP1, they're so close. I think we're in for another cracker here today.
Well, I was just going to ask you. Sorry,
AJ
there, mate.
is also using. Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
AJ's also using the wrong tires. Just thought I'd point that out. According to Rorschach in the comments on the YouTube stream, he's using the wrong tires. So not only has he exceeded track limits, he's using the wrong tires also on the pace car.
I think the power of organising the series has gone to his head. He's just thrown the rules out the window and he's just doing what he wants now. It's terrible behaviour. Anyway, guys, we're coming up to the bus stop now. We're it's almost 1 o'clock UTC, 2 o'clock if you're in Britain or wherever you are in the world. I can't do the maths quick enough to work out what the time is, but we're about to get 6 hours round Spa-Francorchamps underway as the Audi R18 of Chris 93 leads them around the last corner. We've got the green flag and we are away and racing. And De Bomb in the Peugeot looks like he's going to try and get it down the inside straight into turn 1. No, thinks better of it. But it's Chris 93 in the Audi R18, leading from De Bomb 330 in the Peugeot as we blast down towards Eau Rouge for the first time. Clean start. Looks like everybody's got through. So that's what we like to see. Watch out for those guys coming from the back as well. Remember, you've got the Bentley Scuderia GTMX car. In fact, it's on screen now. That's going to have to pick its way through the traffic. It's already got past 2 of the BMWs in GTE. You've also got the Gibson P2 just a couple of cars ahead of the Bentley. They're going to be making their way through the field as well.
Andrew, I did see a car. It was very brief, but I did see a car horizontal on the start straight. I'm not sure what happened there, if that was a bit of lag or not.
Might have been
I did see that. Was there anything of that?
I didn't see anything on my screen, but it looks like we've got all 12 cars still in the running, all in one stream of traffic. So, yeah, it might have just been a little bit of lag. We can sometimes get that. But at the moment, at the front of the field, it's still Chris 93 in the number 1 Audi R18, followed by De Bomb in the Peugeot. And straight away, they've got probably a couple of seconds lead over the, I think it's Bitter Rivals Racing in third in the second of the Peugeots, and the other R18 of WRS North America. But what a great start. These two giving us a really good show straight off the bat. No trying to keep it nice and steady in this endurance race. They've gone absolutely flat out from the very start.
Knowing De Bomb as I have briefly over the last few weeks, he is very quick and can be an aggressive driver, but very good. I haven't seen much of Chris on track myself, but he'll have a bit of a hard time, I think, holding off De Bomb. He's very good and very sharp.
Well, these two drivers were separated by less than a half a tenth of a second in qualifying as Chris 93 completes the first lap. It's the Flash 05 in the second of the Peugeots for Bitter Rivals Racing. They're in third, and I presume still in fourth are WRS North America as we go up through Eau Rouge for the second time onto the Kemmel Straight. Can De Bomb streamline past the Audi R18? have to say that Audi R18 looks very, very quick in a straight line, considering that the Peugeot will have a massive advantage in the toe there, but seemingly unable to overtake. So on screen at the moment, we've got the Bentley of GTMX, which remember they're making their way back through the order from starting towards the back. No dramas for them so far. They're approaching one of the P2 cars. Yes, D Griffin 28, one of the quickest drivers that we've seen in LMP2 this year, driving for ABC Racing once again. So this could be an interesting little battle. One of your top P2 teams up against a P1 team. Can GTMX get past as quickly as possible? They're going to go up the inside into the chicane. And, just about. Is there a little bit of contact there? Or maybe a bit of lag, but they've got through, they've got that position, and the Bentley moving back through the field towards the front.
One thing that I just want to jump in real quick. One thing that I do notice is that Bentley seems to be pretty dang well ill handling. He was sliding through almost all of Bruxelles, and then he was a little bit loose going through campus there as well. So that's going to be something that they're perhaps going to have to watch later on the race, the rear tire wear.
Yeah, it's not been the most ideal preparation that the eScuderia squad have had to this event. Very accomplished squad. They've had some great pace at times this year. In fact, I think the Bentley's got out of shape again now on the exit of the bus stop. Is D Griffin 28 going to have a go? It's right under the gearbox of that Bentley. But yeah, that Bentley doesn't seem to be having the happiest time in these early stages. Going up through Eau Rouge now and over the hill. D Griffin 28 leading P2, I think, from the Gibson Nissan. New to the game, of course. If you've been playing your GT Academy, you'll have been having a lot of fun in that car, no doubt. As we switch back to the front of the field, it's still Chris 93 leading in the Audi R18, but that Peugeot 908 is right on his tail again. These two drivers giving us a great show, and we're not even 10 minutes into this race, and they've already got quite a lead over the rest of the pack.
Andrew, there must have been some issue with the LMP2 because we've got D Griffin. His last lap was at 2:09, and Mikey 2412 was at 2:17. So something certainly happened there. There's nearly 8 seconds. 8 seconds difference there. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but
yeah, that's Mikey 2412 in the Pescarolo C60 Aura Racing team. So started from 6th on the grid, 2nd in class, but obviously they've had a little bit of issue. I wonder, was it an issue with the Bentley as the Bentley was coming through the pack? I'm just speculating there, but
I did mention that there might have been an issue on the starting straight. Now the car that I did see was green, and it was one of those two. So
right.
I suspect that it was the number 16.
Well, there we go. Our first bit of drama here today at Spa-Francorchamps. A long way to go in this race. As the bomb, a bit of dust being kicked up by Chris 93. The bomb's going to have a run down the inside as they go down the Kemmel Straight. Is this going to be a change for the lead? No, Chris 93 beautifully brakes later than the Peugeot and keeps the lead, holding it round the outside there. That was brave stuff from both drivers. But a real chance there for the bomb in the Peugeot to overtake and take the lead of this race.
I think he was biding his time there. He looked like he wanted to go for it, and I think he judged that very well. I think if he'd have gone for that, he might have been in trouble. So that was excellent driving for both of them.
Definitely. That I was thinking the same thing because we're still very early in the race. I don't think you should be going for those kinds of moves this early. So
it'll be interesting to see if a little bit of strategy starts to play out. Will ABC Racing possibly pull that car in and try and go for an early pit stop and undercut the Avalion Racing squad. We've seen it happen before in previous races. I think it was the LMP3 race that we had at Silverstone early in the year, where the winners of that race, I forget which team it actually was, but made a very early pit stop and were able to use the fresher tyres to a better effect in clean air. Anyway, we're on board at the moment with one of the BMWs. It's Tanky One in the MWM Racers Collective. A little bit of a BMW battle forming here with Venator Racing. This is in GTE, remember, which is the third of our classes today, but no means less competitive than the other two.
There's certainly not much in it either. There's less than a second in it with the top three, and it's going to be some excellent driving, I think. And this standard of driving, what you need to do is you need to stay in there, and you can't lose concentration. The second you do that, the other guys around you, they'll just swamp you and you'll be gone. So that'll be a really interesting battle, I think.
Sorry to cut across you. We're having another bit of a change for the lead. Earlier on the lap, the Peugeot had taken the lead, but look at the straight line speed of that Audi R18. Chris 93 has been able to do what the Peugeot can't. It can get that slipstream out over the top of the hill and going down the Kemmel Straight, breeze past back the Peugeot. We missed what happened off camera, but the Peugeot obviously overtook and took the lead very briefly. And look in the background, there's the Flash in the Orica liveried Peugeot 908. He's definitely closing in on these two leaders. We could have a three-way scrap for the lead very shortly in this. Well, we've just crossed into the second 10 minutes of this 6-hour race, and it's absolutely frenetic stuff here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, there's something definitely happened there, because the Flash, he was just a little bit further behind, so I'm not sure exactly what happened, but something's happened to allow him to catch up, and he's a dangerous one that, if he gets too close, he's a very good driver, so that could be a very interesting battle there for the lead.
Bitter Rivals Racing, of course, leading the championship stakes in LMP1 so far, but it's very close. Remember, only about 25 points covering first to fourth in that class, as Chris comes out of the bus stop again to start a new lap.
It looks like they may have gone with a strategic start as well. I would suggest that perhaps Lionface is their best driver. They've started with Flash, who's certainly excellent in his own right, but I would have considered Lionface to be the better driver of the two. And, starting with the Flash, I think they're hoping that he can get a good start, and then for Lionface to come in and really capitalise. And if he can stay with these guys, they stand a good chance of doing that. So some strategy there, I think, that they're implementing in their race, which is what you need to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's certainly something that's been done before, teams leaving their faster drivers. I remember we had it at Bathurst earlier in the season. And even though it's quite a fast track, it can be quite difficult to overtake. Apart from, say, probably at the top of the Kemmel Straight, it can be quite difficult to overtake here at Spa. And yeah, that could be a play. That why waste your faster driver in traffic and scrabbling, because these two are probably holding each other up at the moment. And possibly great bit of strategy out there from the Bitter Rivals Racing team. But it's still Chris 93 leading from De Bomb. De Bomb did have another go coming through the Kemmel Straight last time round. But once again, that Audi R18 just seems to have the punch, seems to have the traction coming over the top of the hill, and is able to retain the lead.
That second Peugeot 908 of the Flash, I think he's catching him very slowly, maybe a couple of car lengths a lap, but I think he smells blood. So these guys are going to have to sort this battle out if they want to get away from him. Also, I'm looking at the YouTube comments, and TNR54702 says Fivesheigen has already got 5 penalties strong. So, I don't know. There must be something going on with him that we're not seeing on camera here.
Trying to find which team that is for.
It could just be a joke.
It could be
Yeah, I
just be a
think
joke. I thought
he's-
Zygon was in the TNR for performance and didn't
Yeah,
qualify.
he's not racing today, but it wouldn't surprise me if he had that many penalties because he is an aggressive driver, very, very good and very, very fast. But
Oh,
I
yeah.
certainly wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah. I tell
All
you what,
respect to Zygon, of course.
Oh.
All respect to Zygon, but Snowden.
Oh,
Sorry to cut across you there. The two leaders getting crossed up with each other coming through the chicane. In fact, is there contact there? Was the contact with the bomb going? Yes, I think there was.
I
The
believe
Audi's
there's
off.
yeah.
The Audi is off. I think the bomb had a little bit of like of a Max Verstappen incident from the Formula One last weekend. Got into the back of Chris 93, coming down the hill into the right-hand hairpin.
I'll tell you what I think that was. I think that was. Oh yeah, I saw.
Damage to
I just saw it
Chris
back on
93 as well. Damage to the Audi R18.
Oh.
Yeah, I
Man.
can see that.
Apparently,
That's
it was.
unfortunate.
Bart was saying apparently it might have been lag with us here in race control.
Well, it might have been, but I saw it back on the YouTube stream, which is a couple of seconds behind the live stream. But I saw it on the YouTube stream, and I think it was just a misjudgment on the part of the Peugeot. I thought at first it was lag because the Peugeot appeared to be lagging there a little bit, but I think it was just a little bit of a misjudgment. He went too fast into the corner there.
Yeah, guys, I think he's definitely damaged. He just came off again. A little bit of a lawn mowing exercise there, but he seems to be going a little bit slower as well. So I'm pretty sure Chris, unfortunately, has picked up some damage there.
Yeah,
Well, that's a real shame because now that's going to be the pole sitter, probably one of the fastest drivers out here today. He's going to have to come into the pits, and indeed he does.
He is, yeah.
But you know what we said, guys, earlier about Bitter Rivals Racing maybe saving their better driver for later? Well, right now that system is really playing into their hands because that's one rival out of the way already. It'd be pretty dramatic if Avaleron Racing were able to pull this back now because they're going to be in the pits for quite a while, I imagine.
I think it's something that they've picked up with some experience. I think that if I was out there and there were two cars in front of me and they were going for it hammer and tongs, I'm pretty sure I'd sit back just a little bit and I'd see if any of them fall off, because then you can just mop up and keep going. And that's what we've just seen. Unless, actually, hang on, has he picked up any damage himself, Flash? Because he's still showing as third.
That'll be third on our graphics, but they take a little bit of a while to update.
There we go. Yes, don't worry.
So
that's your noob commentator coming through right there. Apologies, guys.
It's all right. It's happened to all of us. So I hope you're enjoying the race. If you've tuned in the last few minutes, we've had a bit of a hectic start here. The pole sitter from Avaleron Racing in the Audi R18, Chris 93, has just had an incident with ABC Racing's De Bomb 330. They were having a fantastic battle for first and second up to then, but the contact between those two has sent the Audi R18 to the pits. We think it's still ABC Racing in the lead, but they might have damage as well. And in the meantime, Bitter Rivals Racing are now second, leading the championship, of course, so far this year. But what a great start there. I've just seen, as AJ's updated the ticker on the side of the screen, the Bentley has come all the way from the last row of the grid and is now third.
If I'm
reading that correctly.
Yeah, that is a very, very impressive start to the race for them, especially given the apparent handling issues that they seem to have had earlier in the race. Perhaps they've sorted those out. Perhaps the drivers adjust his driving style a little bit, because that Bentley can be a little bit finicky, so you do have to drive it a little bit differently to other LMPs in the game.
I've just seen a message come up on the lobby chat to see De Bomb has left the room. Has that been for a pit stop? Actually, no. This is big issue. We've had a disconnection here, guys. The ABC Racing team have disconnected. I've just seen from AJ in our race control chat. So
Oh,
that's both leaders out of the race or out of contention for the lead. Bitter Rivals Racing will now lead here at Spa. The bomb's back in the room again, but so unfortunate, especially as that might have lost him the laps that he's had early in the race. I always forget what the exact rules are with disconnections, but that's not great at all for ABC Racing, and they'll now sit last on the road.
That is really disappointing, especially when you put in, and you feel it too. If you disconnect, you feel you've had a good run, and he would have felt that he'd done okay up until that incident. So he's definitely going to be feeling a bit gutted, but he's good enough to get back into it and get back on track. You never know what's going to happen with everybody else, so put it behind you, get back on track, drive, and you never know, he could be sitting on the top of that podium at the end of the day. So anything can happen, but that is definitely a setback for them.
yeah.
Looking further down the order, looking into GTE. Currently, it's the championship leaders leading this race as well. Team-wise Racing in their 58 Corvettes, leading from the two BMWs, Venator Racing ahead of MWM Racers Collective, and then Can-Am VRL bringing up the rear. Of course, TNR Ford Performance did not qualify for this race. On screen at the moment, we've got a nice little battle here between two of the LMP2s. So we've got the Inferno Racing Gibson up against the, I believe, D Griffin 28 in the ABC Racing Courage C60. So what do you make of this new car to the game, guys?
Well, I had the chance to drive it, obviously, with the GT Academy, but I also drove on the Nürburgring. That is such an incredible car to drive. It just feels so very sprightly. It's just nimble as all get out. It's a very, very fun car to drive. Personally, I don't think they had much to do with the setup of that car, so I think they're going to be a pretty solid contenders. We got a Corvette off on the inside on Bruxelles.
Yeah, I couldn't quite make out which one of the Corvettes it was. Did it have red flashing on it, or in fact, I'll know in a few seconds. I'll watch the YouTube stream and see as it comes through a little bit delayed. It was, I think that's a red Corvette, so it'll be Can-Am VRL. Chris 93 is back out on track in the Audi R18. He's making his way through the P2 traffic at the moment. He's just got past RCB 929. And now he's coming up on D Griffin 28. So it's kind of spoilt, this little P2 battle in a way, as the Audi comes through. But the Audi's back up and running, flashing his lights as they go up to Blanchimont. But if it's for position, D Griffin doesn't have to totally jump out of the way, but he doesn't fight for the position, lets Chris 93 get on his way again.
Guys, I did put a call out for a couple of questions for the YouTube chat. Probably not the most serious questions. We do have one of the Green Hill Heathens guys asking why we're not winning. That, of course, is my team. And Bambi wants to know how much assassins are to take out the Peugeots. So I'll probably open that up to another couple of questions if anybody wants to throw those out there.
So if you've just joined us, welcome. You're watching live and uninterrupted coverage of the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, the 9th round of the GTPlanet Endurance Series for 2015, and the first of a double header this weekend. Remember, we've got the 6 hours of Nürburgring. We do it all again tomorrow at the Nürburgring. So do tune in for that as well if you can get the opportunity to do so. Currently on screen, we've got the Flash 05, the now leading Bitter Rivals Racing Peugeot. And I do love this livery. I miss this livery from the World Endurance Championship now. But a great start for them. Remember, we've mentioned already that they might be playing a bit of a strategic game here and saving their faster driver for when they've potentially got clear air later in the race. But right now, that doesn't matter because the Flash has got clear air all of his own and is leading this race beautifully as they go up through Eau Rouge again.
We do have a couple of fastest laps to report as well.
Yep.
GTMX Alpha Vant 14 or I44, he's just recorded a 202.503, and Mikey 2412, he's just ripped out a 209.068. So a couple of fastest laps there. Some perhaps just a bit of air and a bit of space on the track has enabled a couple of drivers to put out some good laps.
Yep, drivers settling down into their race routines and not bad laps compared to qualifying. I was looking at Mikey's fastest lap from qualifying was a 207.4, so they're only about a second and a half off those qualifying times, which with race fuel and cold tyres, that's quite impressive.
And Chris 93 did not want to be outdone because he's just ripped out a 201.052. So that's a purple lap for him. Obviously, fastest of the race so far.
Maybe a little bit more relaxed now as well. I know I've had it in the past where you get caught up in something or maybe have a mistake in a race and you do actually relax with the pressure off and are able to put in some pretty fast lap times. So the Audi's coming back through the order. But at the moment, the Flash is absolutely loving this in the lead here at Spa.
And he'll be very good out there as well. He's a very consistent driver. He'll like having a bit of space and being in the lead. I don't think he'll fold to the pressure. I think you'll find that he will now try and set it up for Lionface so that they can really capitalise. And they're a real threat. Early as it is, they're definitely a real threat, and there's a reason why they're number one at the moment.
First sight on screen at the moment of the number 2 Audi, the WRS North America run car. GTP Patrick currently at the wheel, keeping things nice and steady, keeping things out of trouble, which, seeing as what's happened to the other Audi, I know which position I'd rather be in at this stage of the race, and with just we're just coming up to the half-hour point, another 5.5 hours to go, of course, but I think they'll be quietly pleased with this, the WRS North America team.
Mm-hmm. And going back to that point that you made about relaxing, about making a mistake and then getting a bit of fresh air and relaxing, I think that can be something of a divisive point because there's certain drivers out there who are just capable of relaxing whenever they get fresh air. It doesn't matter if they're first or third or 12th, dead last. They're perfectly capable of just breathing in and out, just calming themselves. But there are also other drivers who think, "Oh, I'm way behind. I gotta punch the gas. I gotta really go." And so they do the exact opposite, and they either end up turning some really fast laps or they end up going off. So that's I just wanted to say that because that's yet another variable that not a lot of people talk about as this Audi comes up to this red Corvette. That's something else I wanted to mention that not a lot of people talk about is the differing differing personalities and the differing approaches that drivers take to the race and the different mentalities and everything that really can play such a huge role in these endurance races and strategies and all of that. Because I think we're seeing, like you guys have mentioned numerous times, I think we're seeing that with the Flash's teams, decision to put the Flash in the car at this stage of the race. They're just putting someone in who they know can relax in fresh air and just putting some consistently fast laps and get their lead up a little bit.
Greg, I'll just interject there. Sorry, looks like we've had another unfortunate disconnection for De Bomb. He's just rejoined the room again, but that's the second one for him. So that's a huge setback. The first one, if that wasn't bad enough, it's happened again, unfortunately.
Oh, man.
Not good at all then for the number 3 car that is currently second in the championship for LMP1 at least. Also been our first genuine driver's change of the day. The Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective have pulled their BMW in. Tanky One has jumped out of the car and Blue Zephos has jumped into it. So we mentioned it earlier, potentially bringing in a driver early and trying to get some fresh air with the driver change in the fresher driver. That might be something that Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective are trying here. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that.
I think the De Bomb 330 should seriously consider ceasing to use that VPN connection that he's got that goes through Australia.
Has it been a problem for him early last season?
Hey,
sorry,
Australian connections are perfectly fine. They have worked wonders for GHH over the years. Certainly the one in my house, anyway. But look, on that, I mean, all of the drivers in all of the teams, you know that it's going to happen eventually. Some teams it happens more, others it happens less, and other teams benefit from it. But I guarantee you that the team members, you know, you might win a race because another team or another driver disconnected. You will always take the victory, but you always feel for the person who disconnected because it's a fact of life, unfortunately, of this form of racing. But it is harsh, and we all know De Bomb's quick. We all know he's very, very fast, and he's capable of winning with his team. And it is unfortunate, especially 2 disconnects. That's
I think he's just had a third.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as a team manager, I would have the first one. That's just the way I would have done it. Always have a standby driver, and if somebody disconnects, somebody else goes in. That's just how I do things. But yeah, it's going to be really, really hard for them now to come back.
Yeah, which is really, really unfortunate. But yeah. So now that we've seen how fast everyone is, and now that we've seen, or at least should have gotten a little bit of an idea how the race is gonna play out, I was wondering, what are your predictions for later on in the race, guys?
I'd still keep an eye on that Audi because even though they've had their problems, it's still very, very fast. And if they can have a clean run and maybe the guys ahead of him have a scrappy pit stop or contacts of their own, it will bring that Audi straight back into play. So I'd keep an eye on them.
Yeah, for me, I'm kind of intrigued by I'm kind of intrigued by the strategy of the lead Peugeot. It's strange how they put their slower driver in for the first stint. So, like you guys are saying, I think they're saving their best for last. So I'm gonna keep an eye on them. I think they've got a real ace up their sleeve.
I think my prediction for this one for LMP1 is I know the guys from Bit of Rival Racing are extremely consistent. To be honest, I think it's going to be very, very difficult to beat them from here. They've been handed it on a silver platter, I think. Certainly, external factors have contributed to that, but I think it's going to take some extremely good driving to beat those guys because they rarely fall off the track. They're very good. That's my pick certainly for LMP1. Still trying to work out who I think might win in the other classes. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have two LMP2s here. That class is still pretty tightly packed, but I'm just gonna throw my hat in and just go with Nissan Inferno Racing for this one because they've got that they've got that Gibson 015S that's been bad fast all race. And I say that just out of the corner of my eye, I catch him getting a little bit sideways coming from La Source on the YouTube stream there. But yeah, I think as far as LMP2 is concerned, I keep an eye on Nissan Fronto Racing, especially with drivers like RCB929, because he proved in the RAGT World Championship that he is very, very capable of hanging with even the toughest. I mean, back when GTP Kane was actually racing for us before he quit after Suzuka, racing with us in the RA before he quit after Suzuka, RCB929 would regularly be just right up there racing with GTP Kane, a GT Academy finalist no less. So if the other two drivers are on the same level as him, Nissan's got something to worry the competition with.
I certainly agree with that, and let's not forget they've got TRL Evolution driving with them as well. Yeah. RCB's quick enough, and anytime you see TRL in front of a PSN username, you need to be very afraid. And yeah, I agree. I think they're going to be very, very tough to beat as well. RCB's a machine. If he pushes too hard, he can fall off. We've experienced that. We've raced against them. And RCB, if you can hear me now, which you can't, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that, yeah, they were very hard to beat when we beat them in the Nürburgring 24 hours earlier this year. They're a tough team, and they're only young as well. They're only about 15, 16 years old, and you guys should never forget that. Not so sure about Evolution, but the other guys in Inferno Racing, they're only young. They're 2 or 3 years away from actually qualifying to enter GT Academy, yet they're that level of class.
Well, we've got BMW off. That's Blue Cephos. Sorry to cut across you there. But
no, that's fine. No, you go. I think we need to do a rundown of lap times as well. Andrew, have you...
I'm still here, but I was going to step away. Yeah, it's been a great first half hour. Thank you for supporting me, guys, and I'm going to leave you in your capable hands to cover the next couple of hours. But yeah, it's been great. I hope you guys stay tuned, and I'll be back later in the pits. Hope the race continues to be as eventful as it has been so far. I'll catch you guys later.
No worries, mate. Thanks for coming. Okay, so need to do a rundown of laps. I think would be probably a good idea. Have to bear with me a moment, guys. I've got to just bring up some data here. Greg, have you got any official lap times in front of you while I'm faffing around trying to pretend I know what I'm doing?
Unfortunately, no. But while you're doing that, I will actually say, well, for LMGTE, we are following along with EOL right now. He's another ORA racer. And man, is EOL incredibly fast. Right now, he's just sort of, this early in the race, his strategy is basically to just chill out and just turn laps, just get laps in. As TNR Pfeiffer has joined the room, perhaps for a driver change. Yeah, so his strategy early on is he's being lapped by the Flash, is just sort of to chill out, just be mellow, be calm, and just like I said, turn laps pretty much. Although EOL can be incredibly fast when the time comes for it. He's shown that in numerous ORA races. I mean, the guy is just absolutely incredible. So I think for LMGTE, I think Corvettes, or specifically EOL's Corvette, those are the guys to watch there.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something there, but I'm a bit biased because EOL has just joined the Green Isle Heathens as well, so he's a heathen now. So I'll be hoping that he does okay. But that class is looking looking pretty tight, and there's 2 Corvettes in there as well, obviously, with Can-Am VRL in there. So that's going to be that will be an interesting one. But we'll run through some best laps. Chris 93 out front with a 2:01.052. The Flash is currently tracking not far behind him with a 2:02.092. GTMX Alpha 2:02.222. GTP Patrick with a 2:03.972, and then we move down into the LMP2s and RCB with a 2:07.101. It's looking pretty good there actually. D Griffin with a 2:07.235. Mikey 2:04.12. He's in the 2:08s. He's got a 2:08.947. And then we're dropping down into the LMGTEs. EOL with a 2:17.415, who's over half a second in front of Cross 24. And he's running a 2:18.123, and he is driving for Venator Racing. And then F1 Racer, his fastest lap is a 2:28.01, and F1 is driving for Can-Am VRL.
So some absolutely very impressive lap times there.
And it's relatively it's relatively tight as well, which just is testament, I think, to the to the speccing of these cars, the balance of power. It is very tight, and it's I think so tight that it's getting down to driver ability now. It's getting more fine-tuned as this series progresses, and there's less and less changes to the balance of power. Now it's just getting down to sheer driving ability, and also it's all well and good having excellent drivers and fast drivers, but I suspect some of these teams have got some outstanding tuners as well, and they also are just as good as a very fast driver.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, this is just such a tight race, well across all classes. But like you said, the speccing is just absolutely incredible here. So, yeah. Yeah, it's just I don't really know what to say. The speccing is absolute. I think it's actually on par with, if not better than, what we had in the RA GT World Championship, and that was some pretty close racing. But it really wasn't this close. I mean, we had a couple of 2 or 3 or 4 good on-track battles, but I mean, they weren't really just as constant and as they are here at our Spa race to wrap up the season. So, the 52 car, the number 52 car, is getting the blue flag there, as we are riding along with EOL as he's coming out of hold on, I've got a track map here. I can't actually remember all these corner names. I'm American. We don't have to remember corner names usually. It's just turns 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's it.
While you're doing that, I will have a look at the YouTube questions, because I know that we did have a couple after I asked for them last time. So I'm having a look at those now, guys. Bear with me. Okay. I think the majority of these YouTube comments are coming from some of my teammates. It appears half of the Greenhill Evens are in the chat. Thanks for watching, fellas.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we should actually go on board with one of the LMPs for a lap here, as XChris93 has a bit of a look to the inside of has a bit of a look to the inside of the Flash there. They're coming down to Bruxelles now. Is that how you pronounce that corner? I don't know. But
I
yeah, he's following very, very closely. He's got maybe a couple of 2 or 3 or 4 car lengths to the leading Peugeot. We've got a Corvette off there. Who was that? That
oh,
was uh
that was the red Corvette of Can-Am VRL.
ah. They're
Didn't look
just
like it
not.
caused any damage. No, he's back on. That's F1 Racer 68. He's back on track and he's okay. I don't think that caused any damage, but I didn't see the whole incident.
That's the second time we've caught him going off track though. He's clearly got some handling issues with that car.
It's not easy to tune. We tried tuning that for the core N24. We were looking at that car and had a look at it, and turns out with the tune that we had with it, at the end it was okay, but we initially decided that it was no good. But it is good once you get it right, but it's very, very hard to get it right. Very hard.
Yeah, that's the thing that strikes me about that Corvette is it's finicky. It's finicky across the board, really. I mean, if you get the exact right setup and you drive it exactly right, it can be a really, really fast car. But if you just get anything a little bit off with that Corvette, it's just that big American V8 is going to cause it to go around because of that just instant power delivery and the lack of grip, which is, I'll admit, a common theme amongst American cars. So don't get American cars. As X Chris 93 leaves the pits in that stealth black #1 Audi R18 Ultra, and he's going to rejoin. He's going to rejoin between the Peugeots. Really, he's a bit of a Peugeot sandwich, which is the best kind of sandwich. But so he's a little bit far away from the Flash 93 and his Peugeot 908 HDI FAP. But that Audi, I wouldn't be surprised if he was able to claw back a little bit of time on this stint, because he was right with that Peugeot, and now he's on fresh tires. So he's gonna have quite a lot of speed compared to the Peugeot, and at least until the Peugeot decides to pit. So, I mean, he was just hanging right with him. Now he's going to be at least a couple of seconds a lap faster. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. But for now, I think we should switch to P2 and see the situation that's going on there.
And we'll just go to the couple of questions that I've managed to find from the YouTube chat. It was our very own heathen Bo Albert has popped up again and actually asked a proper question. And he's asked to all the commentators, what would your favourite class be in the GTPlanet Endurance Series? Actually, there's a second part of that question from someone else, so I'll ask that in a minute. So, well, for me, I'd have to say GT3 because I'm in it, but also the GT Cup because the heathen guys that are running in the GT Cup are just are doing so well, and actually really like watching that class as well. But I would say that for me, my very favourite would be the GT3, even though we got given a boat to drive. But anyway, no, we call it the Kaz boat, and it does handle like a boat sometimes. But it's good fun being out there. But that's my favourite. What about you, mate? What's your favourite class out of all of them?
Well, this is my first broadcast I've ever really seen a lot of for the GTPlanet Endurance Series, but I'm gonna say that it's pretty much a dead split between either of the two prototype classes because we've got some really good battles going on between those. We've already had quite a lot of drama in both of them, so yeah, I think my favorite class would be the prototypes, and especially for the challenge that the prototypes present. I drove Spa in the Audi R18 last night just to get a general idea of what the competitors are up against, and at least with the Audi R18, it's a bit like your Corvette. Really, it's so fast when you get right. But one thing that I particularly noticed going through Eau Rouge is that if you're offline by half a car width anywhere on the track, it's gonna go because the car has so much snap oversteer. If you're just off half a car length, or if you hit the gas a couple of yards too soon, or just if you're just a little bit too sudden on the gas, bye bye rear end. So they're really walking a tightrope in both of these prototype classes. So I think that because of the speed and because of the drama and the battles we've had, I think that's my favorite class so far.
No, you're absolutely right. But we mentioned tuning earlier, and when I was saying that it was vital, and obviously it is. I mean, getting the best out of every car. But that particular class, you're right. It is not easy to drive, and it's not easy to drive at this level. But you just reminded me there was a tune that I got for one of the Delta Wings, and I put it on the Delta Wing, and this is off one of the teams, and it was perfect. It handled like just beautifully. They turned this twitchy, almost time bomb of a car into something that you could just drive magnificently. And that's a good tuner there. I know who tuned it, pretty sure, but that was amazing. That was excellent. But yeah, that class is hard, and you need somebody who knows the inside and out of the car perfectly, in order to get the most out of it.
Definitely, and yeah, that's just a little bit of a caveat with really mid-engined cars in general, because they've got the weight dead in the middle of the car. This is what these guys in the prototype classes are having to deal with. They've got the weight exactly in the middle of the car, which means that the car wants to pivot around that center of weight. So it can be a double-edged sword, because it can make the car a little bit nimbler. And I can attest to this, having not only driven numerous mid-engine cars in Gran Turismo 6, but having a mid-engine car in real life. Having the weight in the middle of the car can make it a little bit nimbler, but anything that makes a car nimbler is also going to make it a little bit more unstable, and a little bit perhaps twitchier to drive if you don't get it exactly right. So that's what these guys are having to deal with, not only driving the cars, but setting them up, is having to try to neuter that tendency to be twitchy while still maintaining that nimbleness that mid-engine cars are known for. So that's what they're having to deal with, and obviously the LMGTE cars are all front-engined rear-wheel drive, so that's a little bit more of a traditional sort of setup. It's a little bit less twitchy, but if you, especially under braking, if you brake too hard, or if you brake too soon, being that you've got about maybe 65% of the car's weight up front, that can cause a little bit of instability under braking as well. So as far as handling, that's what these guys have to go with. For a long race, what would be your philosophy as far as your setup is concerned?
What, in terms of these races and endurance races, and how I do it, or how do I prepare it for my team?
Well, I guess being that you're a team owner, how you prepare it for your team?
Well, we're a hybrid team, so we have some team members that race in the same location and some that don't. Network teams, so network drivers. So we could have two people in my lounge room, and one person in England and one in the US. Mostly, like this season, we've been network, but that factors into tuning, because if you've got two guys that are local, they need to use the same tune. So those two guys need to work on that tune. If I've got 4 drivers racing and they're all network, then I tell them, have at it. Use your own tunes, but they're responsible for making sure they don't fall off. And they're all very good at it. All of my guys are great. I love them for it. They make sure that they tune the car, not necessarily to get an optimum pace, but for optimum safety and for optimum consistency. And they're very good at it. So that's what I ask for when I'm, asking my guys to tune cars. As far as myself and me tuning a car, I'll be nice and honest here. I'm terrible at it. I ask the guys to do it. I say, give me a nice tune. The guys that we do have that tune for us, there's TDZ Dave, Mint GTR's an excellent tuner. Bo and Jono both have input. Johan, who we haven't seen this season, he's a master at tuning. They all know what I guess like in a tune. So I'm bad at it. So I just say, look, I need a good safe tune. Let me have it, and I just put it on. And if it works, brilliant. If not, I say, well, it's kind of doing this or it's doing that, and yeah. So I'm lazy. I'm no good tuner. But that's better for the team, because if I was tuning the cars, we wouldn't even be in this competition because we'd be that bad.
Yeah. I know it feels I suck at tuning myself. Just in case you're just now tuning in, you are watching the GTPlanet Endurance Series, 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, round 9 of the season. I am Greg Pass, one of your lead commentators, and I'm here with HP, who is serving right now as a pit reporter / color commentator, and yeah, we're super excited to bring you guys this race. It's going to be absolutely incredible to see how things unfold. We've already had a number of stories unfold, not the least of which is the first 3 DCs by who was that? Who disconnected?
We had while we were talking, we did have, it was not quite a disconnection. It was a black and orange flag, if you will. Blue Zephos 22 of MWM Races Collective had some pretty serious lag, and he was asked to reset his connection. So not completely black flag from the race, but he was asked to leave the session and come back in because his connection was deemed, I guess, dangerous or not suitable for the race. So that's the official word from race control on that one. As far as I know, that was the last disconnection from De Bomb's last one.
And we've also had a couple of stories unfold in LMGTE as well. Specifically, Can-Am VRL, they've had 2 huge offs with their red Chevrolet Corvette C6R, both of them under the control of F1 Racer 68. So that's unfortunate for them. We are currently undergoing a cameraman change right now, according to the comments. So that's why you're currently seeing the screen. We're doing a little bit of a cameraman change. We should have the race back with you pretty shortly, though. So, HP, now that we have a little bit of a break, what's your take on the race so far? Who do you see really succeeding now that we've had a little bit more time to see exactly what's going to fall where?
Well, just given where the chips have fallen, I guess, at the moment, I can't see anybody taking it away from Bitter Rivals Racing. I think they're going to win by a lot. And they're excellent. It's not just the disconnections. It's not just the damage that other teams have suffered. It's the fact that those guys are brutally consistent. They will literally stay on track lap after lap, and they'll be quick lap after lap. That's why they're hard to beat. It's not because they throw down the fastest lap times. It's because they throw down the fastest average lap time, and they stay on the track.
Well, I will say this about that. We did see the black Audi R18 TDI driven by X Chris 93 of Evalerion Racing, right on the back of the Bitter Rivals Racing Peugeot. So, and he has, I believe, unless we missed the pit stop, I believe he has fresher tires than Bitter Rivals Racing's the Flash 05. So I think that's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on a little bit, perhaps later in the race if they're running a pit strategy that's going to turn out completely different to Bitter Rivals.
It will, because just after they were close together, at the end of that lap, that's when Avalerion pitted. So they pitted, and then they would have lost, I guess, 30, 40 seconds. But I don't know how much rubber BRT, Bitter Rivals Racing, had at the time. So that depends on how much rubber they had. That one will get down to driver changes, and of course, once Pasm gets in the car, you can expect to see some fast laps as well, because we all know that he's very consistent and very, very quick. So it depends on how he goes. But at the moment, the lead that I reckon the lead on, and we will have an update very soon, if AJ hasn't put it up already, but there should be an update very soon. I think you'll find that Bitter Rivals will have probably a 30 or 40 second lead.
Yeah, and but the thing is, I'm trying to work out in my head how the cookie would crumble as far as what we've seen for pit stops so far. If Avalerion Racing could get that drastic of an undercut on Bitter Rivals later on in the race, well, it depends on it depends on exactly how Pasm drives the car. I haven't seen him in action yet, but yeah, I think it depends on Pasm and whether he drives more aggressively or whether he keeps pretty much the same pace and throttle on, throttle off points, all that technical jazz is X Chris 93.
I can tell you, because I'm in the room, so I can tell you right now that on track, Chris 93 is just crossing the finish line, and the Flash is just reaching the end of the Kemmel Straight. So that's the different. That's the gap that you're looking at. Flash has just ended the Kemmel Straight, and Chris 93 is on the approach to Eau Rouge.
So yeah, that's still a good 30 to 40 seconds. And,
yeah, that's a pit stop, and as it stands, are we allowed to report tyre wear? I didn't ask.
I believe so. We used to do it in the RA.
I'm just going to ask AJ that in the race control, just in case that's a no-no.
Both of us are new to this, by the way, in case you're wondering.
Yeah.
We're such complete noobs at it. But yeah. Just trying to think about how the cookie would crumble as far as pit stops. If they keep the same pace, then I believe they could catch Bitter Rivals Racing out the Audi R18 TDI of Avalerion Racing. I think they could catch Bitter Rivals out and have slightly fresher tires at the end of the race, but they'll have to think about it. They'll have to work that out. I think they've got a good thing going though with I think they got a good thing going though with the current pit strategy that they seem to have so far. But that's enough blathering on about P1. Let's go to P2 because that's a class that exists, right? So
That's right. Let's have a look and see where they're going. Just dropping down to RCB on my feed.
RCB 929 driving the Gibson 015S Nissan for Inferno Racing, aka the Zytec Z11 SN that was just recently added to the game. Last time I checked, and I don't have a feed right now because we're doing a cameraman change, but the last time I checked, he was in the lead by a country mile in the Gibson 015S.
Well, neither of them have done a driving change, have they? So ABC Racing, they have not done a driver change, and as far as I know, Inferno Racing haven't done a driver change. Now, as far as track positions looking, there's only a corner in it. There's probably about 12 seconds. RCB's the leading car. Then you've got D Griffin. Hang on. Yeah, and then D Griffin behind him, and then Mikey 2412 in the Scar Honda. He is, well, he's not that far off getting lapped. But actually, no, another, I just realised I'm going on lap times, aren't I? So it's really hard. Yeah, it's tricky. That sorry, viewers. I'm giving you. What I'll try and do is I'll try and give it to you on track position. RCB, it's definitely the leading car. No, I don't think he is. He's either going to lap Mikey 2412 or Mikey's in the lead. We're going to have to wait for the hourly report. And in the meantime, I'm going to see how we can keep better track of this because, sorry guys, I'm new to it and yeah, we'll get it sorted. Don't hurt me in the forums.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can't, sorry mate, I can report tyre wear, and I can report fuel. So I can report now that we go back to LMP1. Chris 93 is on not a lot of fuel, but he's on all nines with his tyres. So he's got quite a bit of tyre wear left, but he's on less than a quarter of a tank. And the Flash is just under half a tank, and he's on. Well, he's just switched to eights at the front and nines at the back, but he's got pretty much all nines. He was on all nines a minute ago. So I think you'll see very soon. You'll see Chris coming in, probably within 3 laps, maybe 4 for a pit. The Flash, who's already got what appears to be that's actually a sizable lead because he's dropped back a fair way. I think Chris, he might have had an incident. He might have had an off because he's dropped back probably another 10 seconds. But yeah, you're going to see Chris coming in, and the Flash is going to stay out unless he gets damaged, but he's probably got quite a number of laps left at him.
So I'm just really trying to. Well, I'm still trying to constantly work out pit strategy. Let me think. Let me think here for a second. So, how long has the race been? It's been going on for
just gone. Well, 2 hours and 7 minutes on the total time, but it's 4:07. So if I look at the timetable.
So yeah, let me. Well, if they haven't pitted yet, which they may have, but if they haven't pitted yet, then that's roughly a three-stop strategy, wouldn't you say? 3 or 4 stop.
Yeah, no, I think so. Look, to be honest, I haven't done any driving on this track in the lead up to this because I knew I wasn't driving in it, but that does sound like it might be right.
Yeah.
I only found out yesterday that I was commentating today, so I didn't. If I'd have known further on, and that's simply because I was asked to do it yesterday. So yeah, next time I'll be doing some. I'll actually jump out and do some laps and get this information down pat first. But I think that sounds about right, mate. But we will have the feed. Will be back soon, guys. Definitely, we'll jump on and have a look at lap times for you. And we do have a driver change actually, as is expected, because obviously the feed has gone quiet, so everybody knew that Pasm was going to enter the room, and he has. So Chris has jumped out, Pasm's in. We'll just have a look at some times for you. Fastest lap, well, not exactly the fastest lap, but the cars that I've got on screen at the moment, the Flash 2 minutes 2 and 44, so 2 minutes 2 seconds 44. GTMX Alpha Vanti 44, 202 222. GTP Patrick 2 minutes 3.187. RCB is a 206. I think he was on a 207 last time, so he's improved there. D Griffin 207 235. Mikey 2412 with a 208 403, and then we're dropping down to the LMGTEs. EOL, who's still out there, best lap 217 415. Cross 24, and he is driving for Venator Racing, 217 611. So he's not too far off the pace there. F1 Racer, who is Can-Am VRL, and he's got a 220 339. So he's a little bit off the pace there. Not sure what's happening there, but yeah, he's 2.5 seconds off Cross 24, who's on the 217. So hopefully they can bounce back.
Yep. Hopefully so. That'd be interesting. I do want to, while we're still waiting for the cameraman change to come around, I do want to talk about EOL a little bit because the guy's fast. I mean, we saw that in the ORA GT World Championship. He finished, I believe it was second or third in the championship last season, which ironically ended with the 2 hours of Spa, the ORA 2 hours of Spa. And yeah, he's just so fast. He's consistently up on the podium. We called him second place man in the ORA. Yeah, that's just because he's up there. He's always challenging for the race lead, for the race win. So he's going to be up there towards the end of the race. So yeah, if you're just joining us, you're watching round 9 of the 2015 GTPlanet Endurance Series, 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. I am Greg Pass, aka Team CCR Racing on GTPlanet, and I am with Heathen Pride. I am with Heathen Pride on GTPlanet right here on the live stream on YouTube. We're still waiting on our cameraman change to become a thing, but just in case you are just tuning in, we've had a number of interesting stories take place here. First off, earlier on in the race, we had the Audi of Avalerion Racing go off after being lag bumped by Bitter Rivals Racing Peugeot 908 HDI FAP being driven by the Flash 05. The Audi was being driven by X-Chris 93 at the time. So it's been definitely an interesting sort of race. And now the first round of pit stops has become a thing, and the Audi of Avalerion Racing now finds itself in second behind Bitter Rivals Racing Peugeot 908 HDI FAP. For LMP2, it's been all about Inferno Racing in their Gibson 015S Nissan with the RCB 929 and TRL Evolution so far. However, we have had a lot of close racing in that category. In LMGTE, the biggest, most important story of the day so far has been Can-Am VRL's 2 offs in what was originally going to be a very competitive red Chevrolet Corvette C6R. Both of the offs were with F1 Racer 68 driving, so apparently they've had some sort of setup difficulty with their car. Like HP and I were saying, it's such a finicky car to set up for, as there are a lot of cars in this series, because that Corvette, and a lot, really most, if not all, of the GT cars have, they're very, very finicky to set up for as well. So we should be rejoining the race any moment now, but until then, why don't you turn up the speakers on your PC or wherever you're watching this on and go and grab a drink and grab some popcorn, because it's going to be an amazing race, especially towards the end. Spa at night can be a real problem, as I learned during my days commentating with the ORA back last season.
We have a driver change, mate. We've got a driver change with RCB leaving the room, and TRL Evolution has come in. So fasten your seatbelts, because his team Redline, I think we all know he can drive. He's going to be one to watch.
Oh, yeah. He was the runaway champion in the ORA GT World Championship last year. So the guy is just, whenever you see him in your rearview mirror, you might as well just be pulled over like you're getting a ticket, because he's gone. He's going to get by you, man. He's going to get by you. The best defender in the ORA GT World Championship, the COD Demon 101. Someone who is excellent at defending. Even he wasn't a match for TRL Evolution. The guys are equivalent of Dale Earnhardt. So, just absolutely incredible. So they might as well just pull over right now. We're still waiting for the camera change to take effect, but while that's happening, HP, why don't you run through the field and give us a little bit more dirt on developing stories.
Well, I don't know about developing stories, but we've obviously the Green Hell Heathens have been a part of this series for this year. We did 3 races last year as well, but this is, I guess, the first season proper in its current format. So as far as other teams go, we can just run through the list that we've got racing in this 6 hours of Spa. Avalerion Racing, not so sure there's too much dirt on those guys, but they can race. They're very good, and it doesn't really matter who they throw into the cockpit. They're quick, and they're always a danger. Especially Pasm, Bart, otherwise known as Bart. He's very good, and we just saw what Chris 93 can do as well. So they're one to watch. WRS North America, again, they've got one rookie driver and 2 silver drivers in this particular race, but don't let that fool you, because GTP Patrick 1 is a very solid driver, knows what he's doing, and GTP Bambi, everybody's favourite fawn, he's also somebody that knows his way around just about all of the tracks. Not 100% sure on the other driver, and I can't really read that. Alessa Menos, I think that says. My eyes are terrible and my printer's not that good, so. But yeah, he's the rookie driver, so we'll see how he goes. ABC Racing, what can you say? De Bomb and Pfeffer, those guys are insane. They're really good, and pretty much the only way that you're going to beat them is if you're faster than them, and B, if you stay on track. And if you're not faster than them, you want to hope they fall off, because honestly, they're very, very good drivers. They're 2 platinum drivers, and it looks like they're probably not going to be sitting on the podium. I say probably because you never know with these guys, but with a couple of disconnections, you'd think not. But you never know. But without disconnections, phenomenal. Bit of Rivals Racing, again, Lion Face and the Flash, 2 platinum drivers. They're platinum for a reason. It's not easy to get platinum. They're just good, and they're so scarily consistent. It's not funny. Yeah, last time I jumped on track with one of these guys, they're like 6 or 7 seconds a lap faster than me, probably more on the 24-hour circuit of the Nürburgring. Doesn't bother me, in terms of my times, but I sit there wondering where can I find the time, and these guys just, do it almost without looking. And then the last team in the LMP1, you got Escuderia GTMX. I'm pretty sure these guys won a race. Did they not win Bathurst? Or no, they won Daytona, I think, and then didn't get classified from memory. So GTMX Oscar, GTMX Alpha Vanti 44. They're in the Bentley Speed 8. Solid drivers. Know what they're doing. That's a really top class, man. The LMP1. How on earth? If you're in that class and you win, you know you've done well. You really do. LMP2, Inferno Racing, what can you say? RCB 929. I think he's 16 years old. He's a platinum driver.
Yeah.
What can you say? Like,
Yeah.
It's just, you can't say anything else. TRL Evolution, it's Team Redline. I'm going to interrupt. We have a red flag. We have a red flag on track. I don't know why, but we have a red flag.
We do, by the way, apologize for the abnormal length of this camera change. It will be fixed shortly, but until then, we're going to have to go radio mode. You are listening to MRN, the Motor Racing Network. Actually, no, you're watching the GTPlanet Endurance series on YouTube. I'm not quite Dick Barkran. Huh?
But the safety car's been deployed. I believe we have a car stuck in the pits. Safety car has been deployed, and hopefully we can get it sorted out soon. But what that does mean is it's going to bunch up the field, and that's going to make things interesting, because now you won't have, if you had a 30-second lead 5 minutes ago, it's just gone.
Yeah.
So that is going to make things interesting, and it probably won't make things interesting for those who had the 30-second lead, but for everybody watching and for those behind, they won't really mind too much.
Looking at the comments for the YouTube channel, it was at RCB929. It said I thought you said it was 16. Whoever it was is actually 14 years old, which is even more incredible.
So it was the other guy. The other guy's at 16. He's 14. You know what? He's as old as my son. My son's 14 and a half. That's
Ah,
insane. That's nuts.
yeah.
I wish my son could drive that fast. He could drive for the heathens. He's too busy playing football.
Oh, yeah. So the car's stuck in the pits. Of all the things to happen, stuck in the pits during an online race. That I've never heard that one. Have you ever heard that one?
No, that's a new one. That's a new one. Apparently, Pasm is reporting invisible drivers behind him. So the safety car's going to stop on the Formula One grid. Yeah, I guess all we can say is we'll just hold up and we'll see how it goes. It looks like an unstable room, I would suggest. Might need a room reset, but that's obviously up to AJ, not a lowly commentator. But I would suggest that may be the case if issues persist.
I would like to
Sorry,
extend. Sorry for cutting you
No,
across
you
here.
go.
But I would like to extend a warm welcome back to the video feed. Welcome back, video feed. It's been a little bit too long, but yeah. So let's see. Just out of curiosity, I've been browsing the YouTube comments here, and F1 Gaming has asked you, what do you think of the GTR LMP, HP?
Yeah, I just saw that, and I was just about to say, look, I am here, but we got a few things going on. Normally, what happens is I sit in front of my computer when I'm not racing, and I have a bunch of beers, and I watch the stream, and I jump on, and I commentate in the stream. I don't actually commentate. So for all you guys out there, there's definitely a lot more that goes into this than you might think. So just bear that in mind. That's why, yeah, there's not as many responses. But as far as, where are we? Hang on. What was it? What was the question again?
LMP. The GTR LMP.
GTR LMP. Oh, hang on. Sorry.
Yeah. What do you think of the Nissan GTR LMP?
I don't think I've driven it yet, mate. Just bear with me a moment. That's the. Is that the Gibson?
That might be a good question to ask. I think he's referring to the new GTR, the new
Yeah,
Nissan.
the Gibson Nissan. If that's the one, I've driven it once, and that was only for about 5 minutes, and it struck me immediately that it needed a master tuner. Doesn't mean it's a bad car. It just means for me to drive it, it needs a very good tuner. So it seemed okay, but to be honest, I preferred the Delta Wing. The Delta Wing, the tune that I got, the Delta Wing from one of the guys driving the Delta Wings previously, seemed fine to me.
Well, I think he may have also been referring to the new front-wheel drive Le Mans prototype that Nissan is going to unveil June 1st, which is in, I believe, 2 days' time on Gran Turismo 6. So what do you think about that being front-wheel drive most of the time and everything?
I could easily sit here and try and hide behind the fact that I don't know about that any different way that I can. But at the end of the day, I have no idea. Didn't know there was an unveiling. As terrible as it sounds, dude, my life is so ridiculously busy. I spend my spare time repossessing fridges off people in the worst part of town, and my spare time's taken up with GT6. So I must admit, unfortunately, could not comment. happy to hit Google though, but yes.
Yeah. Well, if I may answer that question, it's an interesting approach because we haven't seen a front-wheel drive Le Mans prototype, at least since the very earliest days of racing at Le Mans. So it's kind of a strange approach because you get the feeling, and you see this around YouTube as well on all the different videos that concern the new Nissan GTR LMP, the new Nissan GTR LM Nismo, as it's called. It's a bit of an interesting sort of deal. Everybody says that, well, there's a reason that not everybody runs front wheel drive. You know, there's a reason that every other car on the track has mid-engines because it works. But obviously, Nissan has to have stumbled upon something with that front engine, well, front mid-engine, meaning that the engine's behind the front axle. They have to have stumbled upon something, otherwise they wouldn't have given it a go. So it's going to be interesting, that and the fact that the ERS system delivers power to the rear wheels. So for a brief second, it's delivering over 1,000 horsepower, and it's four-wheel drive. So I don't know, but the last front-engined prototype that we saw at Le Mans, the Rackle SR9, that didn't do too well. It finished way down the order in the prototype class. I believe it did actually finish, though, but it wasn't very successful. But then again, that may just be down to funds, because Radical is a very small-time British manufacturer of sort of prototype-ish looking road cars, and it's going to be interesting. So the success or lack thereof could be down to funds as well as just drive layout, as weird as that may seem. The thing about front-wheel drive cars, though, is that the front wheels are obviously doing all the work, because not only do they have to turn, but they also have to carry the power to the road. So obviously tire wear is going to be a little bit of an object for them. However, I think they're going to be able to offset that with stability, because front wheel drive cars never ever get loose as a general rule. So we'll just have to see how well the approach works for them. It could very well end up dictating the course of prototype racing at Le Mans if they succeed, especially if they succeed repeatedly. So it's going to be something interesting.
No, look, absolutely. Sorry, you go.
And stint picks are now in as a general update to the race. You go ahead.
The lobby's going to be reset. That has just been confirmed. Lobby will be reset. So interesting to see how this pans out. Now, I will just say this. I'm not sure how many of surely maybe some of the drivers are listening, but all drivers need to wait for the number to be called via the GTPlanet thread, I believe. Yes, please see the forum thread for instructions. So as per the last, I know it happened in the last two rounds of the VLN, the team number will be called and then the driver enters. No driver changes will be permitted. No driver changes will be permitted.
And in case you're wondering how this affects the time of the race, since we are changing lobbies, I believe the clock will be paused while the actual change is going on, but not the red flag. That's why you're seeing the time continue to run down even though the cars are stopped. Red flags do not affect the clock, but having to reset the lobby does affect the clock, and that pauses it and it resumes once everybody gets going again.
Yeah. Currently, we have it. Track time is 4:31 universal time, so UTC, and as it stands, all the cars are being asked to stay put. So there's obviously something going on behind the scenes, and it is a unique environment, obviously, with online racing, even if you enter an online lobby and you're just entering a random one, it's a unique environment. This is a different kettle of fish entirely, and you've got so much organisation that goes into it, and these little things, you might think it's better off just shut down the lobby immediately and go back in, but the system that AJ has in place, the nerd system, takes into account everything, and that's why drivers will be asked to stay put. In this example, stay put until directed, because there's something that he's waiting on or something that needs to be done so that everything is covered off. And I think last week in the second VLN race, I think there was a 50-minute red flag, and well, it can happen. That's the nature of online racing. But what he's doing and everything he has to do, it's kind of necessary when something goes wrong, I'm afraid.
Well, I was laughing because I saw Slingshot Slipstream on the feed saying GT6, the real invisible driver simulator.
Indeed.
Yeah. Random update on Pfeiffer's situation. He was having much fun at the moment, by the way, in case anybody's wondering about that. So, yep, we are sitting here waiting for the whatever issues there are to clear themselves up or be cleared up. Reset the lobby or whatever we have to do. As the clock continues to tick down, we are now under 4.5 minutes, 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Yeah, while we're sitting here, why don't we run through the number of stories again one more time?
forum. There's a dedicated endurance series section on there that you can go to and check out all the latest news and talk to the teams and drivers. And we do have opportunities for people to come in on one-off races and take part and gain a bit of experience. So look out for those later in the season. You can also follow GTPlanet News on Twitter and GTP_AJ, AJR, series organizer. If you follow those Twitter accounts, you'll get all the facts and figures that you need to follow the GTPlanet Endurance Series.
So, yeah, we are sitting here under a red flag, 3 minutes and 6 seconds left to go in the race. Unfortunately, most of the race up to this point has been under red flag for various network reasons and such, but we are once again almost ready to resume racing. And ooh, yeah, it's gonna be close. I think this is just my personal opinion for what you should do. You should go and get some drinks, some beers, whatever you want. Get some popcorn, if beer even goes good with popcorn. And sit back with a couple of buddies and watch the race right here on YouTube. And maybe if the comments stay clean, we can have a little bit of friendly chat between race buddies here. So
I guess that depends on whether it's been enabled again after the somewhat unfortunate infection from some internet trolls. But we'll see how it goes. I'm just reloading it again now. It was not up a minute ago. And it is unfortunate because we have a lot of valued members. I mean, you know, it could be 30 or there could be 30,000. It's the same. They're valued members of the community and they're lending their time to, you know, to be a part of this. And they're as much a part of it as the drivers, as far as I'm concerned. And having an unfortunate incident with, you know, with trolls it's part of the internet, I'm afraid, but doesn't make it any easier to swallow.
yeah. Well, it is a bit unfortunate, but like I said, part and parcel of the internet. But so yeah, I am in the lobby and drivers are rejoining in spades here, so we should be able to get started again here shortly. I just want to say, even though we've had all these technical issues this race, it's been an incredible experience so far, commentating on one of the biggest endurance racing series, online endurance racing series there is. I mean, to go from the Online Racing Association, which is itself not small, to this is pretty incredible. So I just want to thank AJ for giving me the opportunity to do this, and hopefully I can return for a couple more races this season, maybe next weekend or the weekend after. That would be awesome.
This is going to be my last commentary for a while, guys. I'm going to be away for a month after this, but doing lots of other motorsport related things, either racing myself or sitting in a French field and watching cars go past and go, "Ooh, look at that."
That sounds awful. That sounds so terrible.
I know.
Really. All I want to do is go to my normal daily job while you do that.
All I want to do is sit behind a desk all day and type.
Yeah.
Talk.
I don't want to sit in a nice French field and get fed nice, fat, juicy grapes by a comely French lass. Who wants that?
I'm fairly sure there'll be no French lasses there.
Well,
there might be grapes, but
if there's a Mrs. Andrew, then no.
No,
but if there's not, why not? Why not?
Does Le Mans provide that kind of service? It's my first time to Le Mans this year, so I wouldn't know.
I guess it depends on the level of pass you've got around your neck, doesn't it?
Yeah. I can't imagine anything worse than just sitting in a field and watching several $1 million prototypes go by and just looking at all that incredible machinery at work and listening to those amazing sounds and watching all these intense battles and keeping track of all that drama. That just sounds like something I would roundly not want to do.
Agreed. Yes. Maybe jump in a corporate box there and sit down and not have nice beer and not have free food.
Have you guys seen that the Nissan corporate facility has its own race-timed kiddie slide built into it?
I can only imagine. Race time kiddie slide. Brilliant. Well, that works.
Yeah. So, in case you're just joining us, this is the GTPlanet Endurance Series Round 9 Spa-Francorchamps. I am Greg Passel with your commentators alongside Heathen Pride or HP and AJ. So, yeah, it's, man, what a race it's been. More than one way, huh? All these disconnects and everything, and even when we're on track, all the drama that's been going on, it's been absolutely incredible for the 5 seconds racing we've had.
Looks like we're getting a little bit closer to getting things back underway. We've got a full lobby again. So hopefully shortly the cars will be going back out on track. We'll keep you posted when that happens.
I'm just kind of, right now, I'm envious of Mike Joy and Larry McReynolds and Darrell Waltrip and really John, what's his name? John Heindahl and all those pro guys, because well, when they have red flags, they get to sit back and drink and talk amongst themselves while the race from the previous year runs, and we gotta sit here and talk about it. We just gotta sit here and talk and try and make things interesting.
Update from AJ, safety car restart due at 18:10 local time, so that is 8 minutes from now. The cars are starting to venture back out on track, I believe.
Do we have a current standings list at the moment?
I don't have one in front of me. I will have a look on the thread on the forum to see if there is a provisional standing one. There probably isn't, as you can imagine. JJ's been pretty busy. No, there isn't. The order, I'll have to check with AJ. So take this with a pinch of salt, guys. If it's not the right order, the order the cars were instructed to join the grid, or join the lobby, I should say, were, just bear with me a minute, was this. It was the number 2 first, then the number 4. So that's WRS North America, then Bitter Rivals Racing. Then it was the number 7 from eScuderia GT Max, that's the Bentley. Then the number 3 ABC Racing Peugeot. Number 11 Inferno Racing were next. Then it was 16 for Aura Racing Team, 17 ABC Racing and their P2 entry, 52 Venator Racing, 58 Teamwise Racing, 51 Midweek Motorsport Races Collective, 57 Can-Am VRL, and I'm very aware that I've missed the number 1 out. And I don't think they were at the back, because they were picking their way back from the incident that they had with ABC Racing's Peugeot, weren't they?
And apparently, people have been having issues seeing the number 11 Gibson 015S of GTP Bambi, so he's had to relog.
Yes.
There are cars starting to form on the grid, I believe. There's a very nice shiny BMW pace car out there at the moment.
Yeah.
With AJ at the wheel. Yeah, we've got cars in the pits. So the number 1 Audi R18, they're present in the pits. So is TNR Pfeffer. And I'll just get my guide to just check which car is it. Yes, I thought he was. He's in the ABC Racing Peugeot 908. Alpha Vanti is out, so the Bentley's back out there. Zero Duck in the Courage C60 Peugeot ABC Racing. That's the number 17 there in the pit lane, ready to go. So is Cross 24 in the Venator BMW. Cralu's back on the scene in the Team Wise Racing Chevy Corvette. Blue Zephos is there as well with the other BMW run by Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective. And DC Want Cash is out there in the Can-Am Chevy Corvette. So the cars missing are...
Well, Evolution just joined, so he's no longer missing. Let's see. Who's missing right now?
So it's the in terms of being on track or in the pit lane, the number 11 is missing, but as we said, TRL Evolution's about to join us. And where is... Oh, so we've got the number 1, we've got the number 2, we've got the number 3. Where's the number 4? Not sure.
So, yeah, our once again, our apologies for all of this, for all of these technical issues. It's just servers being servers. Once again, this is the second time we have been red flagged for network connection issues. And yeah, if you guys would just please stay with us, we should be able to get back underway shortly and probably be able to finish the race without any further issues. So
I'll just say that old HP likes it better when he can just sit back and tell his drivers when to jump in and what stints to take and all that. Man, I have so much respect for the commentators and everything. I said it earlier, I'll say it again. I honestly do. So much respect for everybody involved in behind the scenes. It's massive. So everybody out there listening, all the GTPlanet forum members, any random people that just stumble upon this on YouTube, pay some respect to the organisation of this event, because it's not as easy as just putting up a list of who's driving. It's just not. So massive respect, you know.
Yeah. If you're not in the GTPlanet Endurance Series, you can still be involved, and you can still keep abreast by going to our GTPlanet forum. It's gtplanet.net. You click on forums, then you click on Gran Turismo 6, then you click on Gran Turismo 6 Online Racing, and then from there it's GT6. It's GT6 Racing Series, and then GTP Endurance Series, and we've got an entire section of the forum dedicated specifically to the GTPlanet Endurance Series, so you can keep abreast of what's happening and who's who and what's what, and who's throwing a pie at whom, and all that jazz. And as concerns the race, we do have uh, everyone connected, I believe, in the pits. Let me check that for you real quick.
Just while you're checking that, Greg, that is a really good point that you just made. This series isn't closed. It's not. Most of the teams have got the drivers that they need and the amount of drivers, but you have to remember that there are so many different classes in this whole series. So you might have one team who have got 3 drivers and they're in one class, or you might have, for example, my team, we've got 13 drivers, 15 drivers even. We've got a bunch, and we've got 2 classes. So all you need to do is pop up an interest, just a thread, a post in the thread, in the GTPlanet Endurance Series sub-forum, and just register your interest. It's in the general discussion. Just register your interest, and you never know, a team might want to pick you up. There are teams still taking in new drivers. So if you're listening to this and you're wondering that maybe you might want to get involved, it's definitely not too late. But also there's a few races left for this season, and then there's a little bit of a break, and then I believe it'll be January next year where you'll see the first race of the next season. I think it's October is the last race this year, then January. That's when, that period then is when you're going to see a mad scramble of teams recruiting. Maybe they might let some people go because it is a cutthroat business. You might see teams firing some drivers or saying, look, thanks, but it didn't work out. That can happen. And that's going to be the period. So if you can't get involved in this season, don't go away. Maybe go onto that thread on GTPlanet and bookmark it. Just, if you want to be involved, then you can get involved.
Yeah.
A team might pick you up if you're good enough.
Yeah, and like we were saying, just even if you don't want to get involved, we've got so many threads there about all the different races. It's really a phenomenal, very, very personal way to just stay abreast of what's happening. See, just go in there and hop on, check the point standings, check check the communication between the drivers, and just see what's what. So we will open the chat back up once we've gone green and given you guys something to banter about. But we can.
I think that's a possibility. We're not 100% sure on that. Just waiting on confirmation. But yeah, due to the nature of trolls, we just want to make sure that the environment for everybody is appropriate. We might have young people from any part of the world in there, so whilst a lot of us older folk might be able to just brush off the trolls, you never know what they might bring to the table, so it's always good to just nip them in the bud straight away. So that's why the chat's disabled, folks. We want to make sure that it is an appropriate online forum for the event that we have. So stay tuned, but it should be done very soon.
Good news. Good news. We have 13 cars out on track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're all actually out on track, so we are ready to go pretty much. So hopefully we should have the ability to continue this race uninterrupted, provided a mouse doesn't fart within 20 miles of the Polyphony Digital Gran Turismo 6 servers.
Can we get an update on the time remaining in the race, Andrew? Do you have that, mate? Because it's been a bit of a period, obviously, since the red flag. So, do we have an update on how long that's going to, how much time that's eaten into the race, and how long we have left?
Well, it says on my screen we have 2 hours and 47 minutes remaining. So I believe it's been running continuously ever since the first red flag.
Yeah, I don't have the screen up at the moment because I have to make room for you to go in. So I don't see that at the moment. So we have 2 hours, just a little bit over 2 hours. Is that?
Well,
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I accidentally muted my microphone. Yeah, we've got 2 hours and 47 left.
Brilliant. Okay.
So now that we're a little bit later on in the race, and given especially all the unique circumstances surrounding the internet connections and the red flags and what have you, as the cars get moving again, HP, well, and Andrew, what would your strategy be right about now?
Well, before I answer that, Andrew, do you?
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. Have you raced in this series, or do you do endurance racing, or are you?
I haven't personally raced in this series, but I've done the odd bit of online racing here and there.
Okay.
I go mainly from what I've seen. I would just try and keep things nice and steady, like Bitter Rivals did off the original green flag.
Yeah, exactly right. Look, you obviously know endurance racing, whether you've been in this series or not. You know it.
Yeah.
You comment on it. You commentate on it, and you know your stuff. And what you just said is exactly what you need to do. If any of these teams go out onto that track with the sole intention of punching it in order to get the fastest lap times and to just mow down the opposition, you will fall off the track.
Yeah.
You just will. It'll happen every time. I've seen it over the years, time and time again. You have to run, and maybe I'm giving a little bit away here, but 90% of your capability as a driver, 90%. And when you're feeling that lap, when you're feeling that you need to push it up to 95%. But the second you start going 100% every single lap, every lap, I guarantee you're going to fall off. It's going to happen. It's not a time trial. You fall off, you're ruined. And it affects the rest of your team. So you have to push as fast as is reasonably practical, so that it gives your teammates the best platform to take off on. And that's exactly what Bitter Rivals did earlier on. It's exactly what they did, and they knew what they were doing. They saw two cars out front, bang. They knew. Let them fight. I'm going to sit back here. I'm going to get relatively decent lap times, and I'm going to wait for them to fall off. And what happened? They both fell off. That's just good racecraft. That's good management. It's good everything all round. Bitter Rivals Racing, that's a thumbs up from me on that one. They know what they're doing in that regard.
I think the other thing to be aware of is it's something with the bit of racing that I've done, and even it happens a lot in go-kart racing that I do a little bit, is not only have you got to be within yourself, you've also got to be aware of other guys who are pushing 100% and could, through no fault of your own, end up taking you out because they're pushing too hard and they're making the mistakes. So whether it be you're battling with someone or just you're in sheer proximity of someone, it's not always a bad thing in an endurance race to let that person go, and consequently they'll fall off later as they're 10 seconds up the road, and you'll get the position back anyway.
So GTP Bambi has rejoined the rear of the field now. I'm not exactly clear on what he was doing, because I thought he was in first, wasn't he? Or they have to.
No, I'm pretty sure they had a disconnection, didn't you?
I don't know. I just looked up and he was halfway around the track. So.
Yeah, he was the first car called out to the grid, but he's not the leader of the race. Bitter Rivals Racing are leading, I'm guessing, and expecting, because when I left last time they were in the lead. So yeah, the number 2's gone round and rejoined the back of the field.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, guys, you'll have to excuse that interjection there. I thought you were referring to I thought that he disconnected earlier when there were drivers coming in and out of the room at fast pace for that reconnect. I thought maybe that he might have disconnected. That's where that comment came from, but maybe he didn't. Maybe it was just I don't know.
So
maybe
we're
he
into
disconnected in. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say we're into radio mode. If you guys are watching the stream, we can see what's going on. So we'll try and relay what's going on as well and as eloquently as we can. What I can tell you is that the safety car train is just coming through Blanchimont.
And
So
the safety car has just gotten another. The safety car has just gotten another track limit penalty.
Absolutely. That was pushing things way too wide, AJ, if you're listening. That's not acceptable. But anyway, the safety car will be coming in this lap. They're just about to enter the bus stop any second now. I'm going to change my camera to a much better format. So it's the Flash 05 in the Peugeot leading from the Bentley. Then it's the second of the... Oh no, he's gone in the pits. Now what are they doing here? The leader of the race has gone straight into the pits. So actually leading off the grid, it's Alfa Vanti in the Bentley, number 7. Then the Peugeot Works liveried 908 of TNR Pfeffer behind. GTP Passam is chasing them in the number 1. Watch out for him. He's very quick when he gets in the mood. Mikey 2412 is in the pits as well. In P2, it's Zero Duck 1 in the number 17, leading from the Gibson Nissan of TRL Evolution. Cross 24 is next. In fact, Cross 24, a GTE car, is just being overtaken by the number 2 GTP Bambi. The Flash has left the room. I suspect Bitter Rivals Racing might be doing a driver change.
Yeah, that's strategy right there, I think.
Krelu in the Corvette is second in the train of GT cars. Then it's Blues Ethos in the second of the BMWs, who gets very deep through the Fanias chicane. And then DC Want Cash bringing up the rear. In the pit... Oh, Cross 24 spun. Cross 24. What did we say earlier? Don't go out 100%. Cross 24's been the BMW. If you know your F1, it's the same place Alonso dropped his Ferrari in the wet a few years back. He's going again now. We had some driver changes. So the Flash, as we said, has got out the car. Lionface is getting in. And also Mikey 2412 is out. Pubs 16, yes, that's how we're pronouncing his name, is in.
So that was really interesting. How the leading Bitter Rivals Racing Peugeot 908 of Lionface and the Flash 05 immediately decided to pit as soon as we went green. What do you think they're doing with as far as getting Lionface into the car? What do you think their angle is on that?
Well, we mentioned before that Lionface is probably the quicker driver, as TNR Pfeffer goes up the inside of Alfa Vanti, who holds on round La Source, so no change from position there. I think they're doing exactly what they've been doing throughout the whole race. They're keeping things conservative but fast. They're not wanting to get involved in this squabble that's currently going on. You've got GTP Passam coming through in that Audi as well. We all know how quick he is. It easily could be a lead thrown away. So I think they're being very wise, very cautious. Get their faster driver in. He'll be in clear air now, and they can work on putting themselves in a race winning position in the last hour.
We've got a battle for second place in GTE between one of the BMWs and the Can-Am VRL Corvette being driven by DC Want Wash. DC Want Wash tries to go around the outside. He spins! DC Want Wash is spun, but he's not that far behind the BMW. I believe that's the BMW M3, the BMW M3 Visual Racing in this case is being driven by, Blue Zephos. So Blue Zephos now has a little bit of breathing room for the battle of second place, and GTE. Oh no! The Corvette spun again. Can-Am VRL Corvette has spun again. That's disappointing. I think it goes exactly back to what you were saying about pushing too hard too early. That BMW was in front of him, and he said to himself, "I have to go," and he just got the throttle, and he just got the throttle down a little bit too quickly coming out of that corner, and it just put him inside the wall there.
You know what?
Battle. Sorry, HP.
Sorry, no, you go, mate. You go.
I was just going to say the battle at the front of the field is now a 3-car battle. Passam in that stealth Audi RA18. He is closing on these two, but at the moment I think he's doing similar to what Bitter Rivals Racing did earlier. He's trying to psych them out. It's still the Bentley in the lead of the battle on track, and I think the lead of the race, Alpha Vanti from... it's the Peugeot's run wide. The Peugeot's run very wide, driven by TNR Pfeffer. Where's he gone? He's back on track now, but he's lost the position to pass him. And exactly what I said might happen. Those two, the Bentley and the Peugeot, scrapping it out. One of them's made a mistake, and Passam, without actually having to attack anyone, has got that car up to second place.
And
that's exactly what it is. And let me tell you, I've raced against Passam. I've raced against a lot of the guys out there right now, and when they're sitting behind you in third, you're out in front, and you've got another car between you and them, and you've got a dude like Passam in third. It's a lot, because you've got the guy behind you, and then you've got the knowledge that Passam is just sitting there waiting for you both to mess up. And it's pressure, and Passam's great at it. He'll just sit there. He will.
Bitter Rivals Racing update. We thought this might happen. So currently, the guys battling at those front three positions are setting 2:03s. Lionface on his first full flying lap has just stuck in a 2-minute 1.698.
Yep.
He's absolutely flying.
Yep.
Oh, that's smoking. That's absolutely smoking.
HP called it. Put that out there right now. Yeah, they're good. They're rivals too. We love beating them. When we beat Bitter Rivals, we know we've done well, because they're good.
GTP Passam now up behind the Bentley. We know how quick this Audi R18 is in straight line. He's going to have a massive tow down the Kemmel Straight. The Bentley goes to the inside. Can Passam go around the outside of him? This is a battle potentially for the lead of the race. They nearly come together. Oh my goodness, they nearly. Oh. That was like Senna and Mansell in Barcelona at 1991. I actually think they just rubbed a little bit there.
That's some serious bravery right there. He railed that thing around the outside. He sailed it down to the braking zone and said, "You know what? Physics don't apply to me." And he just went, "What about a car length and a half? Past Passam?" That was a move for the lead there. That was incredible. Ooh, man.
That's probably that's definitely the closest overtaking maneuver I've seen this year that's actually been pulled off. Normally when you get that close, as we saw earlier with the lag bubble, you normally end up with both cars in the wall, but brilliant driving from both drivers. Lionface comes across the line to complete another lap. It's a slow... Ooh, it's actually very slow. 2 minutes 6.097. I think he's had a bit of issue... I think he's had an issue with the GTE traffic. Yeah, absolutely fantastic move there from GTP Passam in the Audi R18 Avaleron racing car. And he's now in the lead of this race.
And going back to the battle between... going back to... I'm trying to find the battle between the well, there's no battle. I was trying to find a battle between the Gibson 015S of who is it here? I was trying to find a battle between the Inferno Racing Gibson 015S and someone else, but guess what? They've just walked off. They've completely left the building in LMP2, and they are followed about maybe 15 seconds behind by the Pesarolo Garage C60 Peugeot of ABC Racing. So that's not really a battle. Personally, I would have thought that the Pesarolos, and then again, this is my first race for the GTP, yes, but I would have thought the Pesarolos would have been a little bit faster in this race, because at least in other series, they are absolutely deadly, but apparently they've fallen pretty far behind, and third and last in LMP2 is another Pesarolo, I believe that is, let me see. It's another Pesarolo. I've got my notes here. Yeah, but it's another Pesarolo. So LMP2, a little bit spread out. If we go back to GTE with Cray Low, I believe. Well, it takes a while for my game to load up, but I believe Cray Low is leading GTE in his yellow Corvette, putting the fear of Corvette in him, as we used to say, or as we do say in the ORA, putting the fear of Corvette in him, leading in GTE ahead of the Venator Racing BMW M3 GTR, and then behind them we have, I believe this should be the other BMW M3 GTR. It takes a while for my game to load up these things. Yeah, it's the other.
Sorry.
Huh?
Sorry, Greg. Sorry to interrupt you there, mate. I just wanted to let everybody know. The viewers might wonder whether they've got any actual footage or not, and by the looks of it, they don't. We're trying to get that rectified at the moment, but as it stands, we're in broadcast mode. So for those viewers out there, we do apologise. We thought you had footage and constant stream, but it's looking like that isn't the case. So do apologise. We are working on it, and we'll try and get it to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yeah. So
sorry to cut across you and interrupt you for the second time. Battle for the lead. Passam's had some trouble with getting past the GTE traffic. The Bentley is right on his tail again, but Passam has set the fastest lap in the last few laps or so, and Lionface is back on the pace, and has got fairly clear track as well.
See, as far as that little, I believe that little off that Lionface had, and the fact that he was running 201s there, I think, in all honesty, that he's really pushing 110%, which you should never really push 110% lap in, lap out, because that just increases the likelihood that you're going to leave the track, like you guys were saying. So I think that's what's up with that, is that he was pushing too hard, and he just drove it off.
TNR Pfeffer into the pit in the Peugeot 908 number 3 ABC racing car. Might be for a driver change, perhaps. He's good on fuel, he's good on tyres, so I'm not quite sure. Well, I say he's good on fuel, good on tyres, he's just replenished those. So yeah, a pit stop, an earlier than expected pit stop perhaps for the Peugeot. But it's going to drop him into fairly good air, just behind TRL Evolution in the Gibson LMP2. But that's brought the lead battle down to a two-car race now between Passam and Alpha Vanti in the Bentley.
So just keeping an eye on the battles, on the on the LMGTE battles. It looks like Cray Lowe, again has run off with it, but he's followed by the second Corvette there for Can-Am VRL, and they are in turn followed by the two BMWs. So not really much has changed aside from the Can-Am VRL Corvette gaining one position. And I believe one of the as Blue Zephyros gets a little bit loose going into the chicane there, I believe one of the BMWs may have pitted. So I believe that's why the Can-Am Corvette is second in LMGTE.
Big news, the number one has a penalty for something's gone wrong with their driver stints. So Passam has had to come into the pits, and I'm going to change to his camera view now. He's already stopped. In fact, there he is. He's holding. He's going to have to hold for quite a while, because if you go over your driver stint limits, that's going to be quite a big penalty. So this is good. This is going to be big for the lead of the race, because Passam had just taken the lead on track a couple of moments ago, and this is more and more playing into the hands of the Bitter Rivals Racing Squad. Their conservative strategy, their lonely strategy, because they're on track with nobody else right now, but it's playing into their hands here.
Picked it.
Yeah.
Just want to say, picked it.
Number one's going again now and back out on track.
They're good. And sorry, I'll just interrupt there. I've got confirmation from a couple of the GHH guys that there's definitely no feed. So I know that we'd had that from some of the comms guys, but others outside of the comms area, they don't have the feed either. So we're working on that, guys. Hopefully it'll be up soon.
So back out on track, Passam is just going through the Fania chicane at the moment. To put it into context, Alpha Vanti has just come through Stavelot, so he's lost probably about a third of a lap to the Bentley with that penalty. Where is he compared to Lionface? No, Lionface is coming through Eau Rouge now, so Lionface is still about half a lap behind, but remember they've had to make a driver change. Lionface still doing some fast lap times. Lionface still in the 201s, last time around a 201.7. So once again, this is really going well for Bitter Rivals Racing.
Yeah. I mean, that sucks so much for that Audi. I've just got to put myself in those shoes for a second, because I mean, they were up there so close. They could have had this race won. Then they got that stint penalty. So, oh man. And well, now it seems that the Bitter Rivals Racing Peugeot has absolutely no Bitter Rivals, as he's completely run off with the lead in LMP1.
New tyres and new fuel. TNR Pfeffer has just set a very quick lap time, a 201.479. So as we thought they might be, getting their car out of traffic, I fear it may be a little bit too late for them. I think they've tried to do what their fellow Peugeot runners, Bitter Rivals Racing, have done and get their car in clear air. The first lap it's worked, but I just think they've kind of got caught between two minds here, perhaps, and lost a bit of time. But they're going quickly at the moment. As Lionface sets a new fastest lap, a 201.363. So at the moment, the Peugeot looks like it's the quicker car to have under you for probably the first time today.
Yeah, I mean, that's been Peugeot's great Achilles heel here is speed. Really, they've been struggling with it pretty much all race, and that's allowed. But when I say struggling with it, they've been only a little slower than the Audis all race, so that's been something that they've had to deal with. But I don't think, barring any other exceptional circumstances, I don't think that they'll have to worry about speed right now. I think the biggest thing that they'll have to worry about is consistency. So that's the big thing that they'll have to concern themselves with. Just staying on track like we've gone over again and again and again on this race. Just keeping the car between the white lines. As long as they can do that, they can be successful.
Bit of timing news from you for LMP2, which isn't close at all, because TRL Evolution in the Gibson Nissan for Inferno Racing is currently lapping about 3 seconds a lap quicker than Zero Duck in the Courage C60 ABC Racing entry, and a further 1.5 seconds quicker than Pubs in the other C60 for Aura Racing team. So Inferno Racing, remember they had to start at the back of the grid for a late driver change, but they're absolutely killing it right now and pulling away, and they've got a comfortable lead over the rest of the P2 pack.
As the red Can-Am Racing Corvette of Blue Cephos, hold on, my display's all screwed up, but the Can-Am Racing Corvette was just lapping the last place BMW, I believe, unless something's changed. I believe that is which BMW is it?
Blue Zephos. Blue Zephos runs for Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective.
Yeah, I think he was being lapped. I could be wrong about that, but I think he was being lapped.
Yeah, I saw there were a few blue flags for drivers in GTE as the P1 pack comes round. I think Passam's a little bit stuck in traffic as well because he's set a 2:03 on his last lap. In fact, here he comes to finish another lap. That's a bit better, a 2:02.037. Fastest out on track at the moment, though, is still Lionface with that 2:01.363 set earlier, and he's still lapping in 2:01s. So it's good to have this race back underway. Of course, we had the disconnection issues which caused red flags earlier, but it's good to have us back underway, and once again we've seen an absolutely frenetic opening half an hour with penalties and offs and brilliant overtaking manoeuvres all the way up and down the field. But at the moment, on track at least, the leaders are I think it's Alpha Vanti in the Bentley Speed 8, but he's got company behind him coming in the shape of the two Peugeots and Passam in that Audi R18.
Hey, that's my time up. Tom Brooks will now be joining us in my role as commentator. It's been an amazing pleasure to be with you guys on this race through all its ups and downs. And it's just been absolutely incredible. I hope you guys enjoyed my commentary. It's certainly a lot different from what I've done in the past. So, I definitely hope you guys have enjoyed me babbling on aimlessly about some things for some time. So, I'm going to hand it over to Tom Brooks now, and I'll see you guys in whatever next race I commentate on. So, see you guys then.
Just before you go, mate, thanks for helping me out when when it was just us. Hopefully we did okay. I'm sure the GTPlanet community will let us know if we did not. But see you around next time.
Cheers, Greg. It's been absolutely brilliant having you, and well done. That was a top debut commentary box session. Whilst we're chatting about that, little bit of a moment for the Bentley. The Bentley running across the escape road and getting a little bit airborne over the sausage curbs on the actually off the track. So Alpha Vandy may be feeling the pressure a little bit. But they've got away with it, as the case is with the modern tracks and the modern runoff. He's been able to carry on his way quite nicely, still in the lead. Passam sets a new fastest lap, a 2-minute 1.180. That's a good couple of tenths quicker than anything we've seen so far. Although Passam has just left the room. I hope this isn't another disconnection issue, but I didn't see him coming into the pits. If it is a disconnection, we'll know very, very soon, because Passam will join back in instead of someone else. Lionface still in the 201s, and I believe I can now introduce for the first time today, the first time this weekend, the voice of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. Good afternoon, Mr. Tom Brooks.
Hello, Andrew. How are you?
I'm good. I'm very good. How are you?
Like it's been an exciting race so far. I mean, well, interesting at least, I should say. Very well, thank you, though. How are you? Okay?
Yeah, not too bad. I've been enjoying the racing when we've been able to get it underway. Obviously, we've had the disconnection issues, but when the cars have been out on track, it's been fantastic stuff yet again.
I see. Well, it certainly looks like something to behold at the moment. So how much has the disconnection issues sort of held back events, as it were?
I think I went away a little bit whilst the first disconnection issue we had arose, but I reckon we've lost maybe up to 2 hours of racing time because of it. But as I say, what we have been able to do, it's been brilliant. The lead at the front especially has been fantastic. If not controversial and dramatic, but it's been great fun to watch.
Certainly looks interesting. So, forgive me for asking this, but how are the proceedings standing at the moment?
So at the moment, we're going through a little bit of a pit stop cycle. Different strategies playing themselves out in the LMP1 field, but on track at least, it's the Bentley number 7, the e-Scuderia GTMX car, that's leading out on track with Alpha Vanti at the wheel. And I don't think they've changed their driver yet. And also with the red flags, I'm not sure how they're doing for stint time. Second, I think our TNR is TNR Pfeffer in the first of the Peugeots for ABC Racing. But the guys to watch out for are Bitter Rivals Racing in the other Peugeot. Lineface at the wheel now, and he's setting some absolutely fantastic lap times. And they've played a really good strategy. So in the early stages of the race, they held third, but deliberately didn't attack. And the top two knocked themselves out of the race. So it was ABC Racing getting into the back of Avaleron Racing. Avaleron Racing then... Avaleron Racing got knocked off, and then ABC Racing had connection issues. So, yeah, Bitter Rivals Racing, even though they're not first at the moment, probably, if it was all to shake itself out, they'll be leading this race. P2 has just been dominated so far by Inferno Racing. TRL Evolution currently going around 3 seconds a lap faster, and then it's a bit of a battle for second between the two C60s, between Aura Racing and ABC Racing. Finally, GTE. GTE has mainly, I think, been being dominated by Venator Racing in the BMW Cross 24. It's been doing a good job at the wheel of that Sprint R64, now at the wheel of that car. The Corvettes have been going around nicely and keeping themselves out of trouble as well. The Midweek Motorsport Races Collective have been quick, but they've had issues, so probably their chances to win today have gone. Anything else you need to know?
No, I think that's pretty much everything. Looks to have been quite an interesting race, and strategy, of course, coming into play over the 6 hours. No hints of rain, anything along those lines yet?
Sorry, I missed that. I was just reading a bit of info. What?
Oh,
repeat
sorry,
that question?
apologies. I was going to say, I was just mentioning any chance of any rain, any hints of any downpours?
We've not seen any, but we've probably just put the commentator's curse on it now. So I've put money on there being rain in the next half hour.
Well, you're probably right. I mean, of course, the Ardennes Forest has quite a microclimate, as it were, especially around the sort of Spa circuit. And the interesting thing is it could be raining at one end of the circuit and still be dry at the others. So it's an interesting strategy call for drivers.
Absolutely. Passon's rejoined the lobby, so I think that was a disconnection for the number one, which is a bit of a shame because they were, even with that penalty, they were really spicing up this race. But yeah, it can change so quickly, and as we've seen in previous races at previous circuits, I think particularly when we had the rain at Daytona, that threw things really up in the air. So it's definitely something to watch out for in the next 2 hours, 2.25 hours we've got left.
Well, it certainly looks to be very interesting at the moment. Thanks for filling me in on that, Andrew. Much appreciated. And it's looking okay at the moment. Weather-wise, everything's seemingly absolutely fine. The field fairly spread out as well, and not much in terms of overtaking. But of course, the lap traffic is obviously proving to be a factor, especially for the P2 runners. Just looking at Sprint R64, the BMW, of course, and that is the BMW Sprint R64 is the number 52 car at the moment, just being overtaken by the LMP car. I just missed who that was going through the shots. That's TRL rather, Evolution in the P2 car. So that, of course, is Inferno Racing's number 11, getting past it very nicely, coming down the Kemmel Straight and into Les Combes. Once again, it was interesting actually. This circuit is where I made my GTPlanet Endurance commentary debut back in September, I think it was. Now, it was quite a while ago. That was, of course, featuring the GT3 and I think GT500, if I'm not mistaken, cars at that point. And superb racing it was throughout the field as well. And just having a look also between TNR Pfeffer and GTP Bambi at the moment, who are fairly close on circuit. The R18 all over the back of the Peugeot's gearbox. Having a look then and seeing how they are in comparison to Stint, I think Bambi might be a lap ahead of Pfeffer at the moment.
Pfeffer did have a pit stop a little bit of a while ago, so Pfeffer's pace has tended to be better, so it's probably quite wise that Bambi has let him through with not too much of a fight there. Because yeah, the Peugeot's definitely at the time the quicker car, although I've just noticed the other Audi's closing on both of them. GTP passing now back at the wheel.
Certainly so. So Pfeffer just going through Eau Rouge and coming down the Kemmel Straight once again. Only just coming onto the Kemmel Straight even, and he's already touching 180 or so miles an hour. So he's got a good straight line speed in that Peugeot 908. But coming in towards Les Combes, the car looks fairly balanced as well. So one would assume that he's got a nice aerodynamic setup, good mechanical grip with the car as well. And looking at lap times, Pfeffer, his last lap was a 2:04.7 in comparison to Bambi, of course, who he just overtook. That was a 2:06.6. So Bambi well off the pace at the moment, so perhaps just conserving a bit of pace for the later stages in his stint.
Yeah, both of them holding each other up a little bit, or maybe they had a bit of GTE traffic to pass by, because that's a good 2 seconds off the fastest pace that we're seeing on track at the moment from Lionface. Although I say that, Passon's just set at 2:01.986 as they look to claw back some of the time lost with that disconnection.
Well, certainly so. So GTP Bambi just got a bit of traffic behind him as well. Just waiting for my screen to refresh and I'll be able to update you as to who that is. I think it is GTP Passon, of course. Passon who had that disconnection not so long ago, unfortunately, and that's really sort of put him out of the running. It's put him a couple of laps down on the rest of him, of the field, rather, I should say, around him. But the headlights now coming on, the sun beginning to set in the Ardennes Forest, and the racing really is set to come to a rather climatic ending. So there we are, and that's GTP Bambi in the pit lane now in the R18, so that's an interesting strategy call in the R18. GTP Bambi, of course, driving with the WRS North America team. Let's have a look at his pit stop, see whether he takes on tyres or just a bit of fuel. Coming into there now, one would assume, given his tyre wear so much at the moment, that he will take on so a new set of boots, and it would be quite logical, of course, in the stint as well. So just keep an eye on his proceedings there at the moment. Andrew, anything else happening on track that we need to mention?
TRL Evolution's still going very quickly, although Zero Duck started to up his pace a little bit. It's no longer 3 seconds, the gap per lap between first and second in P2, but it's still 2.5. It's still TRL Evolution really just stroking it out at an unbelievable pace in the Gibson Nissan. There has just been a purple sector from GTP Passam in sector 1 and 2:01.587 for that last lap around, so it's hotting up nicely here. The question is, when is Alpha Vanti and Matt Bentley going to pit? Because I've not seen them come in yet. They're setting 2:04s at the moment. The fuel's starting to get a little bit low, so it'll be interesting to see when they do come to the pits where they will fold out into.
Yeah, it looks to be very interesting at the moment. The cars all sort of going around at the moment very nicely. A few blue flags on screen for the number 57 at the moment. Number 57, of course, is the Can-Am VRL Corvette C6R that's currently being driven by DC1 Cash, who is set the 10th best lap time in the field so far, which isn't necessarily representative of the pace at the moment. But let's have a quick look at their pace then. And their last lap DC1 Cash for the Can-Am VRL team was a 2:19.8 second lap, which isn't too bad if you compare that to Krelu. He said a 2:21.4. Krelu, of course, is driving the other Corvette, the Team-Wise Racing, so he's a good few seconds off the paces. Maybe he had to get out of the way of some cars sort of coming through at the moment, but DC1 Cash has got a good amount of pace in that CR6 for the moment.
They need to get this Bentley in because Alpha Vanti's really struggling with the handling of that Speed 8. He's just for the second time since we've gone back to green flag racing. I say this the second time I've seen him do it. He might have done it more, but he's just completely cut the Fania chicane. He got very out of shape under braking and turning in, maybe a little bit of lift off oversteer, and that car does not look quick at all, and I'd get it in and maybe even make a driver change.
Yeah, it's looking like a bit of a handful at the moment, coming in towards the Fania chicane and heading around, of course, the back straight before Blanchimont. Let's have a look then. Interesting, of course, radio commentary. I can see this, you guys can't, so I have to describe things in a bit more detail. Coming through the right-hander then on towards the back straight at the moment, and you can see how much the car's twitching the number 7 at the moment. He really does look to be struggling, as you mentioned, Alpha Vanti, with the handling, and down the straight he comes once again. Will there be a slight lift through Blanchimont? Coming through it just momentarily, and the car very, very squirrely on the rear. So as you mentioned there, Andrew, his tyre wear's coming down quite severely. His fuel load, as you mentioned just a couple of moments, is pretty low as well. I reckon he'll probably get a lap, if not maybe 2 more laps out of that before he does indeed have to pit again. But the Speed 8 looking to be a bit of a handful at the moment for the GTMX driver.
Just watching TRL Evolution here, because this really is a lesson in how to drive this car well. In fact, I'm going to try and pick up some tips and try and get my time in GT Academy a little bit quicker by watching this. But TRL Evolution in the Gibson Nissan is just flying through. He's just overtaken a bit of traffic with absolute ease. And we were discussing earlier who was the driver of the race. In the first half of the race, ex-Chris 93 opened proceedings in the number 1 Avaleron Racing Audi R18, probably took the commentator's booth title, but at the moment I think it's swinging towards TRL Evolution because he's doing an absolutely fantastic job at the moment.
Yeah, it looks to be that way. The number 42, it's a lovely looking car, that LMP2 as well. It's a new addition to the Gran Turismo game, and it's just a superb looking thing, if I may comment on the aesthetics of it. If you do have any questions for us, by the way, as TRL Evolution gets a bit squirrely coming out of the bus stop chicane, but keeping things facing the right way, which is good to see. If you do have any questions for us up in the virtual commentary box, do feel free to ask them on the YouTube chat. Myself, Tom Brooks, joined with Andrew in the box at the moment. We'd love to hear from you if there's anything you want to ask at all related to the race, or perhaps something else related to the GTPlanet Endurance Series. Do feel free to pop your questions through. And that was one of the American drivers. Let's have a think. I think it might be Sprint R34, who's got a bit of damage on his car. I think he might have collided with the wall. Didn't see the incident, but I just saw him getting out of the way of the Speed 8 of Alfa Vante. And coming down the straight now, he's crawling along there, and he's going to be very, very careful to get out of the way of the cars trying to come through, all those LMP1 cars and LMP2 cars going through at about 3 times the speed he is. He's got damage all over his car, and it's all over the show, as I'm sure you can see, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at it now. It's not looking good at all, and that's a real shame for Sprint R64 and Venator Racing, because they've done, this is pretty much the first bit of drama they've had in this class all day, but you never know, it could lose them the race if they have a particularly long pit stop. They're safe now, they're just about to go back into the pits, and the next set of traffic is just coming through Blanchemont. But yeah, good driving there from the P1s as well, because that will have been a little bit of a scary moment.
Yeah, I should have mentioned
guys,
he was...
sorry guys, HP here. Got a couple of questions from the YouTube chat.
Yeah, far away.
Yes, no, we do. We've got any chance of an update on the running order? Obviously, I've got no ability to look at that right now, so if we could get one of those, that'd be great. And then I've got one more after that.
AJ is working on it, as I hope you guys can appreciate with the disconnections that we've had and resetting the lobbies and all of that. AJ's time has been a little bit stretched. We can expect an update in the next 60 minutes though, so we are working on that.
Yep. And I should apologise for that, because just after you started talking, I noticed AJ's message there in Twitter, so I do apologise.
That's all right.
The next one is from Rono Thomas. I have a complicated question. Should drivers be signed to teams for a specific amount of time and only be allowed to race for one team at a time, or other teams?
Just want to mention before we answer that question, sorry to cut in from you there, Heathen. Blue Zephos has exited the room, and we've got Tenki number 1 joining the room now. So that is a driver change from Blue Zephos in the number 51. So there we are, the midweek racers collective there, changing their driver in the number 51. But sorry, as you were.
Oh, no, absolutely, yeah. So that's the question.
Is that asking, should our drivers, because I know there's a couple of drivers who've raced for different teams in the series, but not like drivers who've, say, been racing for 2 teams within the same race. Is that what we're meaning?
As far as I know, you can race in the same race for different teams as long as it's not the same class. That's my understanding of the rules.
Yeah.
And again, sorry to cut in front of you there. We've got TNR Pfeffer exiting the room now. So a driver change in the 908, and also Alfa Vante in the pit lane now as well. So interesting tactics from there. Alfa Vante, I think he has indeed exited the room. So driver changes for the GTMX team, and also TNR Pfeffer, of course, who is in the 908 for ABC Racing. So there we are. They're going on towards their final stint of the race, as TRL Evolution has just been overtaken by the other 908 in the field, Bit of Rivals Racing HDI.
Yeah, the Peugeot was under real pressure as well from GTP Passam, so I wonder if that's, again, considering the number of incidents that we've seen, is that ABC Racing going a bit conservative, or is it just a case of coincidence? Did I just see another Peugeot in the pits? Yeah, I did. Line faces in.
Yeah, also Kralo as well in the number 58. So the C6R team pitting. De Bomb also exiting the pit lane now as well. De Bombry 30. Line face in the pits, as you mentioned. Tanky one just coming onto the circuit. And GTMX Oscar is the driver who will replace Alfa Vante in the Escuderia Mexican team. So there we are. Let's wonder whether his pace can be quite as impressive as Alfa Vante's was before him. But De Bomb coming through Eau Rouge and Radion now and on towards the Kemmel Straight once again, and he's driving very, very nicely even on these cold tyres. So impressive from De Bomb at the moment. The car sort of getting up to speed. And yeah, the question, implying to the question, of course, on YouTube, as you mentioned there, Heathen, it's interesting, isn't it? Of course, that drivers are allowed to race for different teams. Should it be kept down to one team? I mean, I don't personally have a problem with it. If it provides great racing, which is what we're all here to see, then I don't have an issue with it. But it is a tad confusing, I must have, for some drivers as well, for some commentators rather. It is, including myself. I get very confused with who's racing for what team, and of course it changes race upon race. And if it can change in race as well, then that would be even more hectic.
Well, I know that there are, I guess, regulations on what level of driver can drive for what amount of race. So a platinum driver can drive for, I might be wrong here, but it's 12 races, I'm pretty sure. 12 races in a season. A platinum driver can only drive for 12 races. And I do stand to be corrected, so if I'm wrong on that, then please let me know. But I'm pretty sure it's 12 and 16 or 18 for a gold driver.
Right.
So that sort of tempers the, I guess, notion that you might be able to, as a platinum driver, drive for 10 different teams. You know, if you don't work and you're at home all day, then you know, and you're an alien, then that sort of stops that happening. But I'm pretty sure a platinum driver can do 12 races, and that would be 3 teams. 4 races for 3 teams. It doesn't restrict you to how many teams you can apply for or race with. It's just the amount of races.
No, quite. So TRL Evolution in the pit lane now in the number 11 Nissan at the moment. The Gibson Nissan is in the pit lane and now exiting it and going through Eau Rouge and Raidillon. Simple stop there. 3/4 of a tank just under of fuel on his car. New set of boots, as you would indeed begin to imagine. And he's back underway in the Inferno Racing Nissan. Any more questions, Heathen?
Just looking for you now, mate. Sorry. I was
no worries at all. Sorry about that. Thought you were a bit off the cuff.
Yeah, no, well, I was having a look at the Skype chat, so just bear with me a moment. Maybe if you just want to carry on for a minute, I'll have a look.
Yeah, no problem at all. Okie doke. So it's just a case of drivers getting past. There's a train of about 3 cars just going through Blanchimont at the moment. As soon as I get my picture focused on that, I'll let you know as to who is involved. Should mention that we're expecting to have at least TV images for the last 18 minutes of the race. So that should be very, very impressive indeed. So we look forward to hopefully getting you guys some images on the stream at the moment. So hopefully you're enjoying the YouTube commentary. As there we are, that's Pubes 16 in the pit lane now as well. In the believe that is the Pescarolo, the Courage Peugeot, the ABC Racing LMP2 car in the pit lane now, as well as Ace of Spades. So pit stops all over the place. 3 drivers in the pits. GTMX Oscar still waiting to come out onto the circuit for the Bentley Speed 8 at the moment. He's still in the pit lane as well. What on earth is going on there? Because he joined the lobby not quite a fair amount of time ago. Ace of Spades now back on. I'm just about to get onto the circuit in the sorry, he's just coming out of the pit lane now as well. So there we are. Ace of Spades, of course, is driving. He says frantically looking at his timing screen for the
Venator Racing.
Venator Racing, there we are. Thank you for jumping in there, Andrew. Apologies, sorry, I couldn't find my spotters guy quickly enough. So there we are, the 52 Ace Speeds is now out in the car and is back up to speed once again.
I was away for a couple of minutes. Did Pubs in the number 16 have an issue? Because I saw that he had mechanical engine damage on my screen, at least.
Yeah, I thought it was just a scheduled pit stop, and it's funny you should mention that. That's a very good point. I didn't actually look at his pit stop on screen, unfortunately, so there's nothing I could tell you on that front. I can tell you, however, that his I've just exited the thing. I didn't mean to do that. I can tell you, however, that he's got, of course, after his pit stop, a new set of boots on his car, and indeed a new set of new tank of fuel rather in there. Having a look at the lap times at the moment, and the last lap also for De Bomb, that was a very, very important lap. He's just started his stint in the 908 for the ABC Racing team after being handed over to by TNR Pfeffer, and that is an astonishingly quick lap. A 2-minute 1.2 second lap, the fastest lap I think, unless we've seen it in a previous lobby. That's the fastest lap I do indeed believe we have had.
What was that lap time? What was that lap time, mate?
2-minute 1.264.
No, I'm pretty sure we had a 2-minute 1.09, maybe a 0.92. I didn't write it down, but I'm pretty sure we might have had something quicker than that. That's still very quick, but I think we had quicker earlier.
Yeah, a couple of tenths of ultimate pace for De Bomb at the moment then.
Yeah,
but
not much.
No. So it's good pace at the moment. So he's really pushing hard in the 908 and trying to bridge the gap, of course, to those in front of him at the moment. Like I say, we'll give you an update of the runnings as soon as we do indeed have them, as you can appreciate. The disconnections and the issues we've had in the lobby so far have halted proceedings somewhat, I'm afraid to say.
Definite problem for the 16. Pubs is back in again, so he's done one lap after that previous pit stop, and he's back in again.
That's a shame to see them, because they look to be running relatively well, unfortunately. Prior to that, at least, they seem to be sort of getting around with no problems or issues at the moment, and it's all seemingly gone to pot for them and back out on the circuit now. So that was a very, very short stop. I'm not entirely sure, maybe a drive-through penalty that we're unaware of, or something along the lines of that, because it's not like he just drove straight through the pit lane, or maybe he did indeed have a bit of damage. I didn't quite see.
Guys, I do have a question on the chat.
Fire away.
And it's a question, but it probably needs a little bit of modification as well. It's from Evil Dragon, and it's questions for the comms. How do you get into racing for GTP or commentary for them? What I was thinking is maybe we could ask the commentators, how did you get into racing for GTP and commentary, and then follow it up with how can you get into racing for GTP, which is obviously through the forum. So www.gtplanet.net, and I reckon if you search for GTPlanet Endurance, I reckon you might get a hit. But as far as how you guys got into it, and if you race, whether you race or not, or how did you guys get involved in this, and I guess do you race in GTPlanet Endurance at all? So
before we answer that, by the power of Grayskull, the bomb has just set a 2-minute flat, 2-minute .713. Just thought I mentioned that before.
Wow.
Oh, impressive. Oh, GTMX Oscar leaving the room now as well. So I mentioned that Escuderia had some problems in the Speed 8, weren't able to get out of the pit lane. It was a lengthy changeover period for the Speed 8, and he has now exited the room rather unceremoniously, so maybe some connection issues for the driver at the moment. A shame there for the Escuderia Mexican team. What is that going to mean for the running order? Well, we'll tell you as soon as we know more.
And also, let's not forget that De Bomb, while setting incredible lap times, because that's what he does, also disconnected at least 2 times. I'm pretty sure the third one driver change. So that also affects the dynamics, because he's throwing down some very fast lap times, so he has a lot of time to catch up. So how's that going to work out?
Interesting. So shall we get back to the question then? Andrew, if you want to go first.
Yeah, I'll go first. In terms of racing, admittedly, I don't do that much racing on GTPlanet, because I said earlier, it's finding the time to practice and actually be quick and worth something to a team is a bit difficult for me at the moment. But I am enjoying commentating nonetheless. In terms of racing and being involved with Gran Turismo, I've played Gran Turismo pretty much since, the first time I got my own copy on my own console was GT4. I've played on pretty much every Gran Turismo beforehand though, and always enjoyed it. I've stayed loyal to it all the way through, and yeah, in the future I am hoping that with a bit more time and a bit more skill, I feel recently in the last few weeks with GT Academy, I've cracked it with using my steering wheel, and I'm getting a bit better in terms of my pace. So I might brave it. I might go for it in terms of trying to join a team and take part in races. On the commentary side of things, in terms of GTPlanet, I'm still quite new to it all. I joined at the start of the season, and before that did a couple of other things, commentary wise and league racing wise, on mainly F1 league races, but I've kind of strayed away from F1 because, let's be honest, what Codemasters are doing with that series at the moment is pretty poor. But yeah, I absolutely love commentating here on GTPlanet. It's something very different to say commentating at karting events or something like that, but it's something I massively enjoy and feel very proud to be part of a really good team here. So there we go.
There we are. So I'll follow on from that. Racing wise, I don't generally do that much racing. As with Andrew, I don't generally have the time, unfortunately. I do a bit of racing here and there, sometimes on a Sunday night for another organisation called Really Rubbish Racing, of course, which I also commentate on their series as well. Sometimes I compete in a couple of their races here and there, but it's generally only sort of casual sort of racing that I'll do. I don't generally put the hours of practice that's unfortunately required into the events. So I have done racing, of course, in the past on GTPlanet Race. The first series I joined, and the reason, in fact, that I joined GTPlanet by stroke of luck was a Formula 1 racing league set up by a gentleman on there who isn't as active on the forums, called Shaggy Alonso. His name was Ben, is his Christian name, of course, and he and I, well, he set up the series and I raced in it as well, rather uncompetitively, I must add, but it really got me into sim racing, and it was fantastically good fun, as the bomb is just getting past some lap traffic on the Camel Straight. So it was great to do that. Then I, of course, became involved with the forum a bit more, and have been on the forum. It's my, let me think, what 2015, fourth year this year on the forum, so next January it'll be 5, the big 5. So looking forward to celebrating that anniversary, and it's been fantastic to have raced a part of, raced on GT6, raced in the series called Toka as well, which is sort of similar to a World Touring Car style of racing, and brilliantly good fun it was too. Really did enjoy that on my Saturday night when I had the time as a sort of 14, 15-year-old. But as I mentioned, just don't have the time now, unfortunately. Commentary-wise, I got into commentary, well, through radio actually. I was involved in I still am involved in a local radio station that is basically the school I'm at, essentially. We broadcast on FM, and I've been there since I was 13, so some 5 years now. And I always sort of wanted to use my voice to my advantage, so I thought, well, I quite, people seem to like the sound of my voice as I get, people listen to me. So I thought, well, some people out there must like it, maybe some other people will like it in a different discipline. So I've always been a big fan of motorsport, of course, with my dad, who was a rallycross driver and so on and so forth. Sort of brought up in a motorsport-centered environment, as it were, not necessarily essential to being a commentator, but it does indeed always help when you've got family members that have that sort of knowledge, but you can indeed, of course, possess knowledge going to karting tracks and so on, having a bit of a go and getting the feel for what driving different machinery is like.
Sorry, I just made an involuntary noise there.
No, I didn't notice that. What was that all about?
The bomb just set a 2-minute .391.
Wow.
He's absolutely flying.
He really is flying. The bomb is the bomb at the moment. What a cracking lap that was. So that's easily the fastest lap, and subject to confirmation, of course, that we've had in the race so far. I'm currently looking at the live timing screens, and there's no one out there really setting to match it at the moment. But getting back to it, yeah, so I became involved in commentary. It was last year, actually. I was at the radio station and thought I'd have a bit of a go, as we've got a yellow flag in Sector 3 at the moment.
Oh, Dougie Nutty in trouble.
Oh dear, that's a shame there for Dougie Nutty. Hopefully he can get things facing the right way. We'll wait and see how things go on that. But yeah, I thought that I'd have a bit of a go at commentary, and yeah, I found a video on YouTube of a Formula 1 hot lap, I think it was, and went into the other studio that wasn't being used at the time, as Dougie Nutty is now in the pit lane, and recorded the commentary over it, put it on my Facebook page, and people seem to generally have quite high praise on it, so I did a few more, and then started looking around for some opportunities, really, and it was sort of by chance I became involved with GTPlanet's Endurance series, sort of put the name out there, and AJ was kind enough to look at taking me on board, and it sort of went from there. We did Spa, and And then I became involved with Really Rubbish Racing, obviously. Racing on there, I became involved with that through a friend. We both work at the same place, Maplin in Thanet, which is where we live. We both worked there, and he mentioned that he did a bit of sim racing, so I sort of became involved with a member of the club there and commentated on that. And I was fortunate enough for that to sort of work in well with it being broadcast on Motors TV as well. So that's really how commentary progressed. But if you do want to get into commentary, then make a show reel, find some videos of some kind of action somewhere, whether it's old Formula 1 videos, whatever it may be. This is the only thing I can really recommend to you, or some kind of sim racing commentary, whatever you want to look into doing. Find some videos, commentate over it, send it off to whoever you want to send it off to, whatever it is you want to commentate on. Look at every single option available. Don't just limit yourself to motorsport if commentary is something you want to seriously get yourself into. Apply in all avenues, every direction you can find, and just hope and pray that something comes out. If people like it, then great. You're obviously doing really well. People want to take you on board. If people say, well, you need to do this, this, and this, take every bit of feedback you can on board with that. Constructive criticism is probably the most important thing you can have, especially as a broadcaster and a commentator. I found that it really does sort of help you progress and nurture. So just take every bit of advice, every bit of feedback you can on board, and take every opportunity that you can. Really is my advice if you're looking to getting into commentary.
There we go.
Great advice. Yep, I think that's great advice. We do have, one more question, but is there any, obviously I can't see the track, so is there any action on track you guys would like to comment on before I go ahead with the next one?
It's all fairly calm at the moment. Lineface looks to be responding to De Bomb's fast lap times. He's just set his PB of a 201.119. GTP Passam is in the 202s. GTMX Oscar in his opening laps is on pace with GTP Bambi, both of them on 204s. Evolution is still ridiculously quick in his P2. I have no idea how he's doing this. And fastest in GTE at the moment is, I think it's the Midweek Motorsport Racers collective driver Tanky One in his BMW. So there we go. Hit us with another question.
Okay, we do have another one, and we can all answer this one. This is from 2XRCP90, and I can tell you for a fact that is Jono from the Green Hell Heathens. He's one of my drivers. He can't hide behind such, it's a ridiculous username really. 2XRCP90. We love you, Jono. That's rubbish. He says, question for... He says, question for commentators. Who are some of the most impressive drivers you've witnessed participate in the GTPlanet Endurance Series, or even some up-and-coming drivers?
Ooh.
I think De Bomb's a good candidate. If anything's that to go by.
he's not too shabby. Sorry, go on.
No, certainly knows his stuff. Really impressed with Lion Face, and I'm trying to think of another gentleman who was racing in Daytona as well. Ever so impressive in the Delta Wing. It was Tinar Philo, I think. Yeah, Tinar Philo it was. And he was mightily quick in that Delta Wing. Such a difficult car to drive, and he really had mastered its secrets and was very, very impressed throughout the race. Suffered a bit of bad luck, unfortunately, with a bit of an incident on lap 1, if my memory serves me correctly. But nonetheless, it was a cracking race as De Bomb getting past lap traffic and almost taking to the grass to go on to the back straight, flashing the lights with Pub 16 just ahead of him. Pub 16 in the LMP2 car, just about to get out of the way, or there and thereabouts is he. De Bomb goes towards the outside, heading in towards the bus stop chicane, and such is the closing speed of the LMP1 car over the LMP2. De Bomb easily gets ahead, but don't expect him to be setting a fastest lap on that one, as the Pub 16 gets very, very sideways out of the bus stop chicane.
Was that Pubs, or did you perhaps miss an E in his username?
Well, I'm calling him Pub because it sounds rude to call him by his
wow.
name.
Well, he might be French, he might be Pubert.
I think in the pre-season discussion I did call him Pubez 16.
Yes, Pubez.
The Mexican version. Pubez.
And of course, he has to be Australian. Of course, it makes us all look like vulgar people, which we probably are.
You said it, not us.
No, this is true. So, look, for me, I'll break it down into two. I mean, the most impressive driver that I've seen participate, to be honest, and well, you won't be too shocked. It's one of my guys. It's Bo Albert. It's actually Bo Albert, but he keeps being called Bo Albert in the commentary. It is Bo Albert. Bo he's 17 years old, and he started out in the GT3, and he requested. He didn't request, but he suggested he'd like to drive in the GT Cup, and since he made the move to GT Cup, he smashed it. And he's also incredibly good in the GT3. He's just a great driver. But since he's gone into GT Cup, 2 races from 2 weeks, basically, since he's been in there, and he's just put a massive focus on practice and tuning and everything, and he's been a driving force behind the wins that we've had in the GT Cup. We've done 3 races and we've won 2, and the one that we lost wasn't in. I'm not saying that that's why, but he's really put a lot of focus in on those 2 races, being Silverstone and the VLN that it's won. So for me, and that's an honest assessment over all drivers, I think. He's just impressed me a lot. As far as up-and-comers are concerned, it's tough. It's really tough, because a lot of the guys in this series aren't really up-and-comers. So it's hard to pinpoint somebody who's new. If anything, I guess, no, you know what? I don't even know. I'm going to handball that to one of you guys.
Pass him in the pit lane as well, just to interrupt there, Heathen. So there we are. The Audi is in the pit lane now as well. Just looks like a routine stop, but probably about the 3rd stop in, well, I should imagine about less than 20 laps. In fact, it is. So some problems there. Pass them. A driver change maybe for the team in the Audi, of course, the Valerion Racing Dutch run outfit. Chris 93 joining the room once again. And Andrew, you mentioned he had some sublime pace in the opening stages of the race.
He did. This could be Chris versus De Bomb round 2, if we're lucky and get them on the same piece of track. But yeah, Chris was the standout driver in the first hour, really.
There we are. So Passam's out of the car, and we have news for you. Expect the full broadcast, including some picture-y things for you, to resume within the next 15 or so minutes, there and thereabouts. So keep tight. Hopefully by about 6:45, we'll have some images for you on screen. 6:45 BST, that is, by the way, depending on your time zone, of course. It may vary. But there we are. Interesting indeed.
Guys, do we have a time on how long is left exactly in the race?
I'd love to say we do. We're still waiting for the clock to be updated. I think that clock is incorrect. So on the stream, at least, I may stand corrected. Please do interrupt me if I am. But
I thought one of you was in the room.
We are in the room, but obviously because it's free run, there's no mention of how long there's no mention on the chat, at least, as to how long the clock is. As Bambi getting past Tanky in the LMP car versus the GTE car in towards Rivage, getting past very nicely and very cleanly. Tanky looks to be struggling with the balance of that car at the moment as well. Looks to be a bit of a handful, unfortunately, for him. So do wonder whether he's got a few balance issues in the wheel, or behind the wheel rather, of the M3. And it's interesting, actually, of course. It's so fascinating to see the closing speed and such the different driving styles of these cars, the different drivers in these cars. I know it's not necessarily that easy to spot behind the wheel of a sort of, a closed wheel car, as well, not an open wheel car, a closed wheel car, isn't it, of course. But you can see how different the driving styles are, how aggressive. Some drivers are carrying more corner speed into some cars, some preserving their apex speed and using it to get a faster exit. And as you mentioned, of course, Heathen, a lot of drivers are relatively experienced, so know the optimum setup for the different cars and know how to adapt their driving style as well. But it's pretty much as you were as they're coming up towards the bus stop chicane is tanky in the BMW GTE class car. Any more predictions, please do. Any more predictions? Any more questions, rather? That's the next question about predictions. Any more questions you do indeed have for us up here in the virtual commentary booth? Do feel free to ask them. Should mention also GTMX Oscar, who I last mentioned was having a few dramas in the pit lane, a few disconnection issues, is now back out on track in the number 7 Bentley Speed 8. Of course, we'll have another update for you on the runnings fairly shortly. We are hoping we'll keep you updated with that as and when we receive some more information.
P2 news, we have someone taking the fight to TRL Evolution. D Griffin 28 has just completed his 5th lap, jumped into the car in place of Zero Duck not that long ago, and is into the 207s, same as TRL Evolution at the moment. So TRL Evolution's still the fastest P2 man out on track, but it's 3/10 now per lap instead of 3 seconds as it was earlier. Can D Griffin find any more time though, and somehow whittle down this lead to TRL Evolution? It's going to be a tall order if he can do. But D Griffin 28, we were mentioning most impressive drivers of the year so far. I remember D Griffin 28 impressing me a lot at Daytona in the first round in the P2. So if there's a man to do it, he's probably one of those guys.
Yeah, certainly looks to be that way. As you mentioned, it's pretty much as you were on the track there. As I said not so long ago, the track, or the field rather, fairly spread out. The sun beginning to set now. The headlights, of course, are on the cars, and the lights are flashing when the faster cars, the LMP1, the LMP2 cars, have to overtake lapped traffic and such and so forth. So there we are. Down the Camel Straight comes GTMX Oscar at the moment. His last lap was a 2-minute 3.821. In comparison, De Bomb, who we mentioned, his blistering pace was a 2-minute 1.6. That's still 3/10 shy of his best lap, but it's comparatively about 2 seconds faster than his nearest rival.
Bambi into the pits. This could be for a driver change as well, because he's been out there for quite a while. And I don't think we've seen Alex Amenos in that car yet either. So it'll be interesting to see if WRS North America do make a driver change with this pit stop. Car's still being serviced at the moment.
And indeed they do.
Yes, there we go. So Bambi hops out of the car, hops out of the lobby, and Alex Amenos will be, well, I presume it'll be Alex Amenos because it was Patrick who started. I'm fairly sure it was Patrick who started. But Alex Amenos should be in that car very shortly, as here he is.
There we are. So joining the lobby, joining the track in just a few moments' time. And the camera angles on this game, I must say, are relatively deceiving. If you look at the run down to La Source and through La Source, it looks quite dark. When they cut to an external shot, it's still fairly light. But the light is fading, and that provides an extra challenge for the drivers, of course. It's darker, this circuit isn't particularly lit that well, so in fact, I don't think it's lit at all to
Nope.
the best of my recollection. So there we are. That's another challenge, just relying on the old headlights. Do they have main beam on these cars?
Yes.
They do. Oh, there we are.
I presume they do.
Oh, I hope so, because otherwise they may incur a few problems. But there we are. Very, very interesting at the moment is this race. It's a bit sort of strategic at the moment and becoming a bit of a slow burner, but I'm relatively sure once we get the updates and find out who is on what lap, it could be all to play for as we come in towards the closing stages of the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, which you're watching live on YouTube, the GTPlanet Endurance Series. Thank you ever so much for your company. Thank you for joining us online at the moment. My name's Tom Brooks, joined in the commentary box by Andrew Mather. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yes, you have.
Hey,
yes.
Look at that. Fantastic.
I was preparing myself for the Mather. People like to stick a Y in my name for no apparent reason, but yes.
People like to stick an E in my last name for no apparent reason as well. It doesn't affect the pronunciation, but they like to put an E in there. The amount of times I've had Brooks spelt with an E. But there you are. And we've got Heathen Pride as well, who I don't know his real name, and I don't know whether he's wants to reveal it. So
It's actually Andrew. There's too many Andrews
no,
in
yes.
commentary.
not two Andrews. Oh,
No, there's like
Hence, 'cause
4 of us now.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
I have enough problems getting the drivers' names right, let alone
No,
the commentators. Oh, that adds something else into the mix, doesn't it? At least.
no, just stick with HP or Heathen Pride. That'll work. I think that's best for everybody.
There we are. So there we go. The action fairly stagnant at the moment on track, as we mentioned not so long ago. Nothing really worth a mention at the moment. It's just a case of, as you were, keeping the cars on track, dealing with the different challenges that these drivers faced. The Bomb still setting consistently quicker lap times than those around him. So he's really trying to bridge the gap toward those in front and indeed behind him as well. So it's...
Could be possibly coming up to pit stop though. His tyre wear is starting to get a little bit
fuel as
prevalent,
well.
and fuel is getting low.
We have a comment from Slingshot Slipstream. Try saying that quickly. Slingshot Slipstream, and his comment is, and we call our GT3 GTR, which is the Schultz. We call it the Kaz boat because it handles like boat, and Kaz drove it in the N24. So Slingshot has said, if a Kaz boat goes around the outside of an Audi, the world will spin off its axis. And I agree, because that's what'll happen.
Potentially so. I should mention I'm now commentating blind, as I'm waiting for the lobby to be up and or the live stream to be up and running. So hopefully we'll have that in just a few moments' time.
It's all right though, Tommy. There's still there's no real battles out at the moment. Everyone's pretty spread apart. Although I say that, I know that's just a bit of blocking for traffic. You know when you get suddenly one arrow becoming 2 arrows on the track map? It was a little bit excited. Yeah, Express 93 lapping Tanky 1 in the BMW GT car. In fact, let's have a look at Chris 93's laps. 203s at the moment. Oh my goodness, he did set a 201.180. That's currently his fastest lap. So he's got a bit of clear air now. In fact, he's got a lot of clear air because the next car, as he goes into Eau Rouge, the next car on the road is about halfway down the Kemble Straight. So we could be about to see a quick lap from Chris 93. He's about to finish the first sector shortly. And yeah, it's decent. It's a 32.8 through the first sector, so I'll keep
7 laps into my stint. I disconnected, so had to start all over again.
How was the battle shortly after the last restart for you? Because we saw a very close moment with the Bentley coming down the Kemble Straight where you managed to take that position. Was the heart racing a little bit at that point?
Yeah, that surely made up for the big unfortunate we had, but yeah, that was really enjoyable. The good clean racing, so cheers to the GTMX guys and Pfeffer of ABC, which yeah, that overtake was a nice one. The GTMX they defended the inside quite rigorously, so I thought I'd try and go around the outside, so yeah, that definitely worked. With the Audi having good brakes, I think.
We've seen the Audi be quite quick in a straight line as well. Has that been something that you and your teammates have found today and been able to use to your advantage?
Yeah, it was, but yeah, it seemed to accelerate quite quickly in the slipstream of the other cars, but the actual top speed, if I looked at the other cars, wasn't that big of a difference. Maybe 3 kilometers an hour or something.
Well,
but
there we go.
yeah,
thank you for joining us in the booth, Bart. Are you going to stick around till the end of the race?
yeah, I'm gonna drop in here and there. I have to eat some dinner in the meantime, but yeah, I can definitely help out with some commentary.
Fantastic. Well, you go and well-earned rest, and we'll get back to the action out on track. Tom, are you still with us?
I am indeed
Yes,
still with us.
well-
I didn't want to interrupt that chat there, Bart. Enjoy your tea. Um,
Thanks.
No worries. So there we are. We've got a live image on screen now, which makes things even more interesting, doesn't it? And it's pretty much as you were. The sun's still beginning to set, which you can now see. Well, I hope you can see at least. And through Blanchimont comes Chris 93 and heading down towards the bus stop chicane. Such a difficult part of the track that you wouldn't think it, given it's I wouldn't say it's a minor kink in the road. It's quite a severe kink in the road, but you would indeed think that the downforce generated in these cars would be enough to cover it, but in some cases it's not quite. Just over an hour and 20 minutes, subject to confirmation of the race remaining so far. Keep you updated with that, as that's Dean Griffin just getting out of the way of Chris 93. Griffin, I believe, is he just coming out of the pit lane, or am I mistaken?
I'm not sure. I'll have a look at his lap times and see if it's a particularly slow lap.
Sure.
De Bomb's doing quicker laps again, though. He seems to have recovered and is back down into the 2-minute ones. Lionface is there as well. D Griffin's dropped off the pace of TRL Evolution in LMP2, and oh my goodness, it's really close in GTE at the moment between Tanky 1 and Kraylu, only 0.2 of a second in it, and Ace of Spades isn't that far behind either.
So fairly interesting. You can see the live timing. I haven't got that that luxury at the moment, unfortunately. Some reports about a few sort of connection issues on the stream. Feel free to refresh your page, by the way, if you haven't done so already. The jump up, of course, in the image over just the sort of stagnant timing screens last time around may have just sort of thrown it out of kilter. Do feel free to refresh your page just to have a look and see whether that does indeed improve things. But through the right-hander comes Chris, and then through the next right-hander on towards the back straight, heading down towards Blanchimont once again. It's a blur this lap at the moment for Chris, who's setting a nicely sort of consistent pace in his Audi R18. And heading down towards the bus stop chicane he is once again. The reprofile bus stop chicane that was, of course, altered in 2006, I believe it was. 2006, it was indeed altered. So, of course, 2005 was the last time they ran the old sort of specification, if you like, circuit, where they did indeed move the La Source hairpin forward somewhat. They shortened the main straight and reprofiled the bus stop chicane as well. Of course, where it goes left-right is where it used to go right and then left, and heading up towards the trees and the forest once again. And then, of course, it was a very quick right-left-hander on towards the very short main straight, of course, and that was altered. Along with Eau Rouge as well, the runoff area was extended in Eau Rouge to make it that little bit safer for the drivers as well.
That's made me feel really old, because that new bus stop isn't still a new bus stop to me. In my mind, it was only a couple of years back that they changed that. 2006.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't believe it myself. I was chatting to a gentleman the other day who is involved in the media side of things for Mark VDS, who of course have an ELMS team, but they also race motorcycles in the Moto2 and MotoGP championships. And I was chatting to him the other day about a few things, and he was saying about how they took, when he was working at Kawasaki at the time, they took a motorcycle to Spa-Francorchamps, which sounds as mad as it was. And they took, it was a 900cc Kawasaki ZX-RR, which is their MotoGP specification machine, took it up Eau Rouge, and the rider Shinya Nakano was less than impressed, as I'm sure you can imagine, at riding through Eau Rouge. Absolutely Harry Flatters on the motorcycle. It must have scared the living bejesus out of him if it hadn't done so already. But that was the last year before they reprofiled the circuit in 2005. 2006, of course, Formula One didn't come to this circuit, which was when it was being reprofiled, but the organisers ran out of money then, unfortunately, and couldn't afford to host the race, such as the demand. But of course, it's back now on the calendar, or was indeed the following year. And we're forever thankful for it, aren't we? Especially with the endurance racing that goes on as well.
Pit stop for De Bomb. He's been in and out. He's got a fresh set of boots and a full tank of fuel. Pretty much looks like everyone is fuel limited in this race. De Bomb had, I think, 7s all round on his tyre wear indicators, but pretty much no fuel left in it. So pit stop there for the Peugeot. They're back and underway, and you can probably expect some very, very fast times from De Bomb to come in the next 10-15 minutes.
Fairly interesting at the moment then. So Chris powering round, the sun setting behind him. The sun has now officially set and it's getting darker. So there we are, 75 minutes remaining. Very, very interesting. So there we are, just over an hour remains of the race, an hour and 15 minutes. The end of the race is getting ever closer, and we're looking forward to seeing who will be the eventual victor. I mentioned the sun has just set. It's still peeking over those trees in the far distance, but it's just about going down now, and the headlights will, of course, play an ever more important factor. Speaking of headlights, actually, GTP Bambi's just popped up on the old YouTube stream and said the headlights are what attracted him to the R18, basing a car on your headlights. That's a new tactic. I've never done that before. Speaking of headlights that do look quite good, though, always like my old man's Triumph Stag. If you've never heard of one of those, if you're perhaps from America and they're not quite as common over there, have a look at one of those. Gorgeous looking car. In my humble opinion, of course.
Driver change for the P2 leaders, or what we think are the P2 leaders. TRL Evolution and his reign of maddeningly quick, fast times for the rest of the P2 field. He's got out of the car. The car's been serviced, and RCB 929 has got in. I've seen the question from, I'm sorry, who was it? It's moved again. There was someone asking a question about what the gap between Inferno and ABC is at the moment. I'll be honest, I'm not sure, but we are expecting to be able to give data over to you very, very soon, within the final hour. Bear with us, it has been down to the disconnection issues. It's been one of those days where we've needed to clone AJ and have about 3 AJs working at once, but in reality we only have one of him, so he's been really busy and really stressed in race control. So do give a hand to AJ at the end of this race, because it's been a trying day for us, but he's working as hard as he can to get that data to us. So an hour and 15 or just less than that to go. Ace of Spades is in, Pubs 16 is in. Oh, lots of people in the pit. Kraylu's in as well. So Ace of Spades in the Venator Racing BMW gets out and underway. So just a standard tyres and fuel stop for them. Pubs 16 in the Aura Racing team, the third of the P2s. They're in as well. And Kraylu in the French Teamwise Racing Chevy Corvette. That's what's going on, and I think Pubs is actually getting out of the car, so that's another driver change in P2. Or maybe not. Yes, Pubs gets out and Kraylu gets out as well, so another couple of driver changes there in the pits.
So there we go. Interesting tactics, of course. Drivers making their changes for the final stints we're expecting. We shouldn't imagine they'll do a shorter stint. How many driver changes? Are they limited to the amount of driver changes the teams can do, Andrew?
I always forget what the exact rules are. I know the stint limits are the main defining rule to abide by in the race. We've did see the number 1 car get caught out by it earlier. But yeah, sorry, I'm no better use there, but I can't answer that question.
I'll forgive you for that, don't worry about it. So there we go. It's getting interesting, I should say, now in the race. Interesting must be my word of the race. I've noticed this when I do commentary. I seem to have this phrase or word of the race or something along those lines, and interesting seems to be my word of the race so far. I've said it more than any other word. So I'm going to find up some synonyms for that and think of some other things. It's yeah, there you go. Getting back to it now, by the way, you're watching the GTPlanet Endurance Series 6 hours of Spa live on YouTube. My name's Tom Brooks. joined in the booth rather by two Andrews. Andrew, who I can't remember his last name because I haven't got the thing up. Andrew Mather and Andrew, who we shall just refer to as Andrew or HP or something along those lines.
Andrew Heathen.
Andrew Heathen. Andrew Heathen works just fine. At least I can remember your last name. So the Aussie Andrew is what we've got.
That's
Or
right.
is
Yeah.
who we've got rather in the commentary box. And also dipping in and out will be Bart, who is providing this stream for you. And of course our race director, AJ. You can follow pretty much all of us, I believe, on Twitter. If you haven't done so already, you can follow GTPlanet at GTPlanet News. You can follow AJ on there, our race director, of course, at GTP_AJ. You can follow Andrew. Andrew, what's your Twitter handle? I forget.
It is Andrew the Blade.
Andrew the
All
Blade.
one word. Andrew the Blade.
Andrew the Blade. There we go. You can follow Andrew. And Aussie Andrew, are you on Twitter at all?
Yes. Team GHH.
Team GHH. There we are.
Simple
I
as
wonder what that stands for.
We have to represent.
It's a tricky one.
I hated Twitter for many years, and now I have a reason to have a Twitter account. So it's Team GHH. That's
There we are,
us.
Team GHH to follow Aussie Andrew and his team's progress. And you can follow myself as well at Tom Brooks F1 if you do indeed fancy doing so. I normally tweet about a load of old nonsense related to motorsport. But if you fancy having a look at a load of old nonsense on your Twitter timeline, then feel free to have a quick look at that indeed. But you're, like I say, you're watching the GTPlanet Endurance 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps at the moment, waiting for the updates to come through. Should have a standings order within the final hour of the race. An hour and 10 minutes now remain, so 90 minutes rather. What am I talking about? 70 minutes rather remain of the race. And it's been a fascinating one, filled with disconnections, a few technical issues, and a few misdemeanors from a few drivers as well. So it's been relatively fascinating thus far. And thank you for joining us as the story unfolds and develops.
Something strange going on with RCB 929 in the Gibson Nissan. This is the Inferno Racing car that we think is leading P2. RCB 9 having just got in that car maybe 3 laps ago. He's just come in and made a pit stop. Not sure why. It was a fairly short pit stop. There was no damage on the car. But yeah, a bit of an unscheduled pit stop there for Inferno Racing, and that will please the likes of ABC Racing, who are probably chasing them down for the lead.
So there we are.
I've got another Twitter handle for you. Young Bambi, GTP Bambi, has put up on the YouTube chat that his Twitter is at GTP_Bambi if you like random stuff in GTPlanet Endurance Series. So just putting that out there.
What more could you want?
What more could you want? If you like venison, that's all there is to it.
Fastest Sector 3 from Lionface. He's just said a 31.4, but not a fastest lap. But he's still in the 201s. The bomb doesn't seem to be able. Maybe it's with the darkness that has now fallen over Spa-Francorchamps, but he's not been back in the 2-minute deads yet. He's set a 201.4 last time around, which is still blindingly quick. But maybe a couple of drivers getting a bit tired out there, and nobody really setting fastest laps or personal best laps at the moment out on track. Pit stop that's also happened, I thought I'd let you know about. GTMX Oscar has been in for the Mexican run. Bentley, EOL got in the Teamwise Racing Corvette in the place of Krelu. And Mikey2412 is back out on track. He's jumped into the number 16 Aura Racing team, Pescarolo C60, in the place of Pubs 16, or Pubez, as I like to call him.
Pubez. Here's a question for you, mate.
Go ahead.
What can stop Bitter Rivals Racing? It looks like they'll take it out. That'd be 3 in a row if they win this. and last I checked, they were doing pretty well. How do you stop these guys?
It's a difficult question to answer. I think the guys around them have been unlucky today. I think both Avaleron and ABC Racing, on better days for them, have had the pace. If the two of them hadn't fought together and maybe worked together a bit more to pull away when the Flash was at the wheel of the Bitter Rivals Racing Peugeot, it could have been a completely different story. But hopefully those two teams will learn from the mistakes that they've had today and be able to come back stronger and faster for later in the season. But you can't fault what Bitter Rivals Racing have done today. They've played this race and all the drama and the red flags and all that's gone on. They've played it, saying this with an hour to go, it could all still change, but they've played it absolutely perfectly.
Well, so far, yeah, genius. And to be honest, just what I'd expect of them. You know, they've been around for a while. They know endurance racing, and that there is only 3 of these guys. Greasy 07 isn't racing today, but there are only 3 of them, and I think that's a telling factor. You know, they gel really well together, and they race really well together. They do have their off days, like all of us. And they've had a couple of off season races, but the last couple before this they've won, and that was in the new LMP franchise, and they took it out, and they took the next race out, and it's looking like they're probably going to take the next race out as well. Yeah, huge props to them, and they really are looking like the team to beat in this franchise. They really are.
A lot of traffic forming for them at the moment, though. Just looking on the mini map. In fact, there we go. Do you know what? We've been praising them with the way they've played the tactics, and they've just done it again. They've timed this pit stop absolutely perfectly. They had a fair amount of traffic forming ahead of them in the next sector, and I don't know whether they've done it deliberately or not, but they've just got the car right where you want it. In fact, they're going to do a driver change. But just as I was about to say, they could have a tricky lap here. They bring the car in. They've got it on low fuel anyway, and they're going to do a driver change. And as you say, Greasy's not racing today. Lionface will hand over to the Flash for the last hour or so of this race.
And that's Lionface. Like, he runs the show, and he's he's a genius, man. Like, he's actually a genius when it comes to planning these races. He is. He's come a little bit unstuck with the GT3, but he's not the first one. We came unstuck. Other teams have come unstuck. GT3 is a very, very hard class to race in. It's really hard. But the man actually plans his races, and everything around it is pretty much pitch perfect. He knows what he's doing. And I guarantee you that what he's just done there with that change, planned. He's planned it. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, he does. Very dangerous team. Very dangerous team. They won't always rip out the fastest laps, but that doesn't matter when you're in the race and it's 6 hours.
Yep. So the traffic that we talked about involved our Ogduggy Nutty in the red Chevy Corvette, RCB 929 in the P2 Gibson Nissan, De Bomb's in there as well. So as we've been saying, planning out your traffic. In fact, De Bomb has just set a slightly slower than normal lap time as he's tried to deal with that traffic. I should say, though, he has been down into the 2-minute zeros again. I spotted that on the lap before the one he's just completed. But yeah, it's really impressed. I've been really impressed with how they've played it today, the Bitter Rivals Racing squad. And if they do take the win, they fully deserve it.
Yeah, look, absolutely. It's, they have to plan it well because there's 3 of them. It's as simple as that. Even if it could be a race where they've only planned for 2 of them, or it could be a 24-hour race. There's still only 3 of them. So the planning is down to the minute. and they're very good at it. So it's not just getting a fast lap that will beat these guys. You have to plan better than them, and at the moment, they're planning better than everyone else.
Yeah. Pit stop in P2. D Griffin 28 has brought the ABC Racing Courage C60 into the pits. I expect this will just be a routine pit stop. In fact, yes, it is. They're on the way again. 19 laps completed by D Griffin in that last stint, and he's on his way again. And in terms of pit lane action, that's it for now. Also going quickly out there, RCB, who we've mentioned a few times, he's got into the Gibson Nissan. He's currently setting 2 minute 8.6s, but his fastest lap so far is a 2 minute 5.999. But still very early in his stint. Mikey 2412 is in the 209s or 209s to 212s, depending on how much traffic he's got. Tanky has just set his personal best lap in the Midweek Motorsport Races Collective GTE BMW, a 2 minute 17.9, as Chris 93 brings the Avaleron Racing Audi into the pits. So hopefully we'll have the update very soon, but I'd be interested to see where the Midweek Motorsport Races Collective are in GTE, because they had a bit of a tricky start. They had to make a unscheduled driver change as well. But from what I've seen in the last hour or so, they've had a very, very steady and very fast race since we went back to green, what about an hour and 20 ago? Ogduggy Nutty also in the pits. That's the driver in the Can-Am VRL Chevy Corvette. That's the red one, the number 57. Another routine pit stop, and he's back and underway. The Bomb is in the 202s now. I think he's had to fight through all the traffic that Bitter Rivals Racing were about to join the back of when they made their driver change. So it just shows you yet again that it's the odd second here and there, but when you add it up over even a 6-hour race, it can make the difference. Do keep your questions coming in on the YouTube chat. If you've got any burning issues that you want to ask us, put them in the YouTube chat, and we'll try our best to answer them.
We've got a bit of banter going on. Little bit of banter. I'm not so sure about questions, but Lionface did thank us for his for the kind words on BRR, and I said, well, it's the truth for now, but GHH will be looking to whip you in the N24, and we will. We're definitely going to try. They're good, but we're going to try and beat them. So there's no real surprises there. I'm just going to scroll through and look for some questions. We do have Slingshot Slipstream has asked, any predictions for the N24? Pilster 1 has obviously said, well, it will last for 24 hours. So he's clearly won his money on that bet. Bambi said it will be in Germany, so excellent. But yeah, what about you, mate? Do you have any particular predictions for the N24? Because we know it's a massive race.
Yeah,
it's a massive race. It doesn't have the LMP ones. It's a massive race though. It's the Nürburgring 24-hour, and it's huge. What do you reckon?
I think over the years I've watched the racing, including the 24 hours that we had a couple of weekends ago. It'll be won in the middle of the race when it gets dark, when it gets properly dark. I mean, you think what you're seeing on screen is dark now here at Spa. It's even worse around the Nordschleife. In that period of the race, if it starts raining, that track will bite you. It's not an if, it will bite you at some point. And I think that the team that has the least number of scrapes with the wall, scrapes with the Armco, and just manages to survive, that's the word, survive that period of the race will, with a bit of speed and a bit of luck, come out on top. But who that's going to be, I couldn't tell you.
The team that falls off the least will tame the beast.
Absolutely.
It's as simple as that. And that's how the Nürburgring works. And when you're talking about a 10-lap race, it's the same thing. But when you're talking about a race that goes for over 160 laps, it's even more pressing. And that's just how it works. You just can't fall off. You don't have to get the fastest lap. All you need to do is drive consistently, and that will always win it. Always.
Yep.
Consistency is indeed the key, by the sounds of things.
Look, absolutely. It's 25 Ks. If you bin it coming off the Grand Prix loop, what are you going to do?
Exactly. You've got to crawl round a fair way to get back to the pit lane, haven't you? So.
And in this series, that means limp home mode.
Exactly.
AJ will make a direction. You will get a direction. If your car even looks like you can't control it, you'll get a direction that says you need to use limp home mode. And if you put that on and you've got 20 kilometers to go, you're in a whole world of hurt, because that'll take you 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, you might as well order a pizza for all the good it's going to do you if that's the case, because I mean, you could probably have consumed it by the time you got around to your pit lane. So
that's exactly right. And this is why I instruct my drivers to drive while damaged.
It's a very interesting tactic. I mean, because when do you draw the line at that though? When is too much damage on the car? When would you say when it becomes? Say you've you've knocked your front left or something, and you're driving with your wheel at a 20-degree angle or something like that, and then I don't know, say you knock the rear corner, then does that become too undrivable? When's the line drawn for you guys?
There is no line, because if you can drive it after you've damaged it, even if it's got front and rear suspension damage and full engine damage, if you can drive it so that it looks like you're in control, then you will not get that instruction to use limp home mode, and you will save yourself 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's true, and probably a bundle of time over the lap. If you could eke it out to say some kind of revised stint at least, then it would certainly aid your progress somewhat, wouldn't it? So,
one of the best things, if you're driving in the Nürburgring 24-hour race in August, one of the best things you can do as a team manager, you tell your drivers, go out there, smash your car up, and go and do 10 laps. I guarantee you. And giving a little bit away there, but that's how I run things. And my guys know how to drive damaged cars. Everybody should.
Yeah. I have a good experience in driving damaged cars purely because I crash them so much. So, I mean, it's such a fascinating circuit, the Nürburgring. So many twists, turns, undulations. It's just such a stunning driver circuit. It produces great racing. I mean, I was watching the World Touring cars there just a couple of weeks ago, and I know there were only only 3-lap races, but it was just astonishing how much fun it looked.
The track itself is the pinnacle for me, whether it's online or whether it's real world. It's the pinnacle of racing. It's so demanding, and if you can do a lap at half decent pace, then you are very good. If you can do a lap at exceptional pace, then you're even better. But getting around that track, whether it's in real life or whether it's whether it's online, doing it clean, that's not easy. It's not. It's just not. And doing it for 24 hours and having a team of people doing it for 24 hours, that's exceptional. It really is.
Certainly. I mean, it's consistent. It's consistency, of course, with endurance racing that is the key, and that's what's the word I'm looking for? It's magnified so much in in such a long lap, in such a different challenge, you have to be on the ball constantly at such a circuit. You know, there's no on-track lighting to guide you. You make one mistake, you're in the barrier, and as you mentioned, limp hope mode potentially, but heading back to the pit lane with a 20-minute coast in your hands, and that you know that could be the difference between finishing second and finishing fourth for all we know. You know
That's
that's
right.
that's a massive difference, and it's
Exactly.
set. I mean, it's set out to be a cracking event. I mean, you know, people talk about Le Mans being the circuit, and it is a fantastic circuit, and of course, you know, hosts the most prestigious race, which I'm not disputing in any way, shape, or form. But if you know, in terms of distance, if you have a crash, you haven't got that much, you know, you haven't got that far to cover you know, compared to the Nürburgring, have you? So
No, that's right. And look, Le Mans it's Le Mans, but I don't think it's as demanding as the Nürburgring.
no,
I can't see how it could be considered as demanding. It's definitely up there. It's Le Mans. It's the next one down, I guess. You know, but yeah, when it comes to the Nürburgring, especially when you add the you know, the Grand Prix circuit to it, and you say drive that for 24 hours, you can't walk into that thinking you're going to win. You can't walk into it thinking that you know what you're doing, and you can't walk into it thinking that you're all over that, because you're not. You need to walk into that thinking, I know nothing. I'm like Jon Snow. I know nothing. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try and stay on track, because that's the key. Stay
is.
on track, build up your pace, and then you will do well. But it's the drivers that just, you know, just start punching it when it's just not necessary. You
No.
think it's necessary, so you try and go harder, but it's not necessary. And the next thing you know, you've got 15 kilometres to go before you're limping back to the pits. And, you know.
Yeah, I can certainly imagine that you know, you'll go and do one lap and you'll think that was just an astonishingly good lap, but I bet you there was a corner where you were half a millimeter off of the apex or something like that, and you'll still be unhappy with it. It's that bug that you get with driving it. You just sort of think, oh, one more go. I'll set a better lap this time. And unfortunately, when you you know, you get overconfident, you get faster and faster and faster. That's when you end up heading straight to the scene of the accident in many cases.
And that's where the danger of that track comes into play, because those faster drivers, the real fast drivers, like the top 5% in the world, they will push extra, and they'll probably make it, but they will fall off eventually. The key to that track is running at 90% of your capability. But first, to do that, you have to understand your capability. If you don't understand your capability, then you're screwed. But you have to understand it and then hold back just a little, and then do your stint. And then one lap out of maybe 4, 5, maybe 3, 6 laps, then you push. It's a game. It's a massive game.
It
And
certainly is. Just had a question through on the chat. Just bear with me one moment whilst I try to find it again. Hang on a second, I've just gone past it. Sorry, you can tell this is live because we haven't planned it. So there was a question that came through just a couple of moments ago. Question to the commentators: is there any car you would like um, to see series? That doesn't make sense. To see in this series, I presume it means. Which car would it be and why? Says F1 Gaming.
Ooh.
would you like to go first, or would you like me to go first?
By all means, fill your boots.
All right. Okay. It's not so much a car, but I can actually give a car, but I want to see four-wheel drives. The first and second N24s that we did the first one in the Cusco, and it was amazing. And then we did the second one in the GTR R35 TC, and it was amazing. And there's seems to be a massive push around not having four-wheel drive cars in these events. I think there's definitely a case to have them in these events, whether that's having them as their own separate class or whatever. But I'd love to see the Cusco. I don't know if you've driven that thing out of the box, but you go to the dealership and buy it and throw it on the Nürburgring. It's perfect. It's perfect. And it is easy to drive, but you want a car that's easy to drive on the Nürburgring. I don't know about you, but I don't want to drive 25 kilometres and have it be a chore. I want to enjoy what I'm doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
That thing's amazing, and it's the same with the GTR R35 TC. So I would love to see a four-wheel drive class. I mean, I know that you can't. Well, you probably could, but I know that it won't happen putting them in with the other classes. But maybe have a four-wheel drive class and have it no tuning, just in you go. That's the sort of thing I'd like to see. But four-wheel drives, definitely love them, especially on the Nurb.
Just very quickly, because I saw a comment from Pfeffer asking for a rundown of fastest laps. I'll do this very quickly. De Bomb is still the fastest man in terms of best lap with a 2-minute .391. He's not the only one, though, in the 2-minute zeros. Chris 93 has done a 2-minute 0.64. The Flash has set a 2-minute 0.825, which is, I think that's quicker than anything Lineface did earlier, which is great, great driving from the Flash. GTMX Oscar, if he can get his consistency good, he'll be right up there because his fastest is a 2:01.918, but his last time around was a 2:06. Alex Amenos is quite steady with the mid 2-minute twos, fastest a 2-minute 2.694. Into P2, for some reason, D Griffin is ahead of RCB, even though RCB has a faster pure pace lap. RCB did a 2:05.909, D Griffin 2:06.83. Mikey 2412 is next, currently on track, 2:08.278. Then it's EOL with the 2:09.526. Then rounding off with the GTEs, Tanky 1 has a 2-minute 17.931 as his best. Ace of Spades is a 2-minute 18.520, and Ogduggy Nutty a 2-minute 19.204. Current fastest man out on track in terms of last few laps through, at the moment it's Chris 93, because Chris's fastest lap was his last lap, so he's currently a good couple of seconds quicker than anybody else out on track. So yeah, I think that pretty much covers everything. In terms of me and the games I'd want, I'll admit I'm a little bit biased, and I've got good reason to be biased. But more Aston Martins. I think I would love to have the GTE V8 Vantage on the game. I'm not sure why it's not. I'm sure. Well, I'm sure it'll be some kind of licensing thing, and I know those things are difficult to sort out. But that's something I'd love to see on here. Moving away from pure race cars as well. I'd love to see Jag F-Type on here as well. But as I say, if you know me at all and follow me on Twitter, you'll know why I'm quite biased on that one. Other race cars that I think could take part in the series. I'll have a further think. I know there's the whole Porsche thing. I'd love all the current P1 cars to be on there, but with the Porsche licensing thing, that I know that's never going to happen. But I wish it could be sorted.
Would indeed be quite nice to see, wouldn't it? So maybe a pipe dream that may come together at some point in the future, but we can't guarantee. 43, easier for me to say. 43 minutes remaining of the GTPlanet Endurance Series here at Spa-Francorchamps. My name's Tom Brooks. You are watching the Endurance Series, of course, as I mentioned, the 6 hours of Spa live on YouTube. If you're not, where on earth have you been? For crying out loud, it's been a fantastic race so far. Various different ups and downs, connection issues, disconnections, and lots of cracking racing throughout the field. The field fairly spread out at the moment. We're hoping to have an update for you in fairly quickly, in fact. And As soon as we have some more information on that, we will keep you updated. In the commentary box with us tonight, my name's Tom Brooks, by the way. We've got Andrew. We've got Andrew, Aussie Andrew, as I shall refer to him, and Andrew Mather as well. So 2 Andrews in the commentary box, which makes life even more confusing for someone like me, as I'm sure you can imagine. It's hilariously good fun. But in the meantime, if there is indeed anything that you would like to ask, do feel free to get in touch on the chat. Pop your questions, poise them to us. We'll be only too happy to answer them.
All we need now is famine.
I was going to say,
Goodness heaven. Oh,
the thing with all the Andrews is now I can't refer to myself as the Andrew who isn't famine,
No.
which I used for a couple of rounds, and I can't do that anymore now.
You can, because nobody in the forums or anything knows me as Andrew, so you could probably still get away with that. I reckon you'd be right. Looks like we have an update. I've just seen that.
Huzzah!
So, okay, let's have a look.
There we are. So, confirmation that the number 4 Peugeot Sport Bitter Rivals Racing is leading proceedings. Second position, the Audi R18 of WRS North America. In third position is the number 3 Peugeot 908 of ABC Racing. And then the final P1, at least at the top of the order, is the next Audi WRS North America outfit. The number... is that a mistyping? Apologies. Because there's 2 number 2s on there, unless I'm mistaken.
Yes, there is.
Yes. So let's have a look. Oh, hello. We've got confirmation of that now. So there we are. Bitter Rivals Racing, 94 leads the way. WRS North America, the number 92 in second. ABC Racing in third position at the moment, in the number 92. Then the ABC Racing 90 is in fourth. ORA Racing number 87 is fifth. Midweek Racers Motorsport Collective, or whatever on earth they're called, because I can't pronounce it. Number 82 is a bit further down the order. Then comes Inferno Racing, Venator Racing, Can-Am VRL, rounding out the proceedings. So there we are. So and we've just had confirmation that the final 3 names on the pecking order, as you can see it, are only there due to the fact that the pictures are missing. So, of course, once a driver finishes their stint, if you are new to our format of endurance racing, they must take a photo of how many laps they've completed and then send it over to AJ, of course, our series director. And then, of course, it will be updated as accordingly. So the final 3 cars on the thing, so Scuderia GTMX, Avalarion Racing, and Team Wise Racing are yet to post their photos. And there we are, a bit more of an update for you on the fly. So the running order changes ever so quickly once again.
Guys, just quickly, I have asked the YouTube guys. We've been asking them for questions. I've given them a question. I've asked them, who is your favourite GTPlanet endurance series and why? So stay tuned for the answers on that, but I'm assuming that they'll start coming through. In fact, Bo from Greenhill Heathen says GHH because GHH. I'm imagining that he may be a little bit biased.
Oh, so we've got a car in the pit lane. That's the 908, the number 3 in the box then. As GTMX Oscar leaves the pit lane for the Speed 8 team. You're watching that live on screen at the moment. And is it going to be a driver change? Nope, just more fuel on board by the looks of things for the ABC Racing outfit.
Bentley had damage on it as well when it came into the pit, so I'm not sure how that's happened. But yeah, bit of damage rear right and a bit of engine damage as well for the Bentley. But it looks like they've got away with it. Tanky 1 for the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective are in the pits as well. So a lot of drivers taking on the last bits of fuel and tyres for this last 40 minutes or so.
There and thereabouts.
Lionface has said that GHH are his favourite team to beat. So that's... We love you, Lionface. Hang on. No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to scroll here. No. I've got it. F1 Gaming says Swift Autosport LMP2 driver and development driver. So I'm guessing he's with them. Rorschach says Greenhill Bothans, because we do drive the Cas boat. So there's probably going to be some boat comments, I'd imagine. But I'll let you guys carry on and I'll monitor these as they come in.
Just mention for you, just in case you do care about football, not that I should imagine any of you do because you're watching this, Arsenal did indeed win the FA Cup. If you have that on Sky Plus, I do indeed apologise. However, getting back to the action on
Hashtag Sepp Blatter likes this.
Oh my days, Mertesacker scored.
Well,
What?
he might have scored, but
the last time I watched football, the last time I watched football, Henry was still playing for Arsenal. That shows how long it's been. Good heavens! Yeah,
we need to, because otherwise we're going to get into a discussion about who's more corrupt, the players or the officials.
Oh, sorry, I was just mentioning there. D Griffin 28 and De Bomb, massive closing speed on the LMP1 car. Looks very unsighted, did De Bomb in the number 3 Peugeot and got out of the way just in the nick of time. Very close coming in towards the bus stop chicane.
Apparently, I said Rorschach's name right for once. Nobody's done that yet. I'm assuming that was me that said that, Rorschach.
I was going to say it won't be me because I'm terrible with name pronunciations.
I'm not much better.
GTP Dutchy, in a most unexpected move, has said that his favourite team is Avalerion.
That is very unexpected. Sorry, the whole lack of drama towards that was brilliant.
Well,
anyway, I just want to mention that the pecking order seems to have changed a little bit, unless I'm very much mistaken. Bit of Rivals Racing still leading things in the Audi, who we're looking at with the Flash 05 at the cockpit. WRS North America's Audi is in second place. Sorry, the Peugeot in first position, not the Audi. Audi in second position. The ABC Racing Peugeot in third position. Then comes 2 LMP2 cars, the Peugeot of ABC Racing, and then the Pescarolo of the ORA Racing Team. And drivers who are not on there, Audi Avalerion Racing in the LMP1, of course, and the Bentley Scuderia GTMX team as well. So it's a good run so far, at least, although we are led to believe, for the LMP2 cars at the moment. But it's I'm not entirely sure of the lap count between the top 2, but we'll have to wait and see to see whether we are in for a cracker of a finale. But nonetheless, Bit of Rivals Racing's the Flash 05 leading proceedings currently out in front.
do we have any tips, fellow commentators? Do we have
Don't
any
fry
tips?
bacon in the nude.
Well, I was going to say don't run with scissors, but I like yours better. Do we have any tips for the championships for taking them out? Obviously, there's the overall drivers, but let's have a look at just the specific classes. Do we have any tips for the class championships? I mean, it's not quite the pointy end of the season, but it's getting pretty close.
P1, I think, still pretty open. And there's still a long way to go. P2...
But who do you think for P1?
Who do I think?
Well, put it out on the line now. Who do you reckon?
Ooh, ABC. Ooh, that was something going on. There was a car off as the Bit of Rivals Racing car went round it. I'm going to stick my neck out and say ABC. I think they'll have learnt a lot from this today, and they'll iron out the mistakes for future rounds and take it.
I reckon
because they've got the pace.
I don't think they'll lose another race. Bit of Rivals. I'm going to put my neck out on the line. I reckon they will not lose another race. That's for me.
Tom?
There we are. I want to keep my cards close to my chest.
Oh.
Sorry. I know.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but we didn't give you that option.
Well, I'm taking that option. Can I phone a friend? 50-50. It's like, who wants to be a millionaire? It's the all-important question. No, I'm going to keep my cards fairly close to my chest. And I'll tell you what, within the next couple of rounds, then I might tell you. But I'm not telling you anything now.
Do we give him 1 round? Maybe you've got 1 round. No, you
One.
don't have any round.
No.
Who is going to take it out? You don't have. You can't. No.
Why do we ask the viewers what they want, who they think their tip for the championship is? Dear viewers, if you're watching, feel free to comment on who you think your favourite tip for the championship is. Notice how I averted that one.
You're not getting away with it. We'll come back to you.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. Hopefully the racing will have spiced up and we'll be able to talk about that.
Alrighty, so LMP2 for this class. What do we think? My money's on Inferno. I think they're just getting there, and I think, to be honest, I think they're going to be there for a few years to come. I think those guys are right up there. So my money's on Inferno for LMP2.
Yeah, I'd say based on what I've seen today, Inferno probably getting into their stride now. I think changing to the new car as well is a masterstroke that they've been able to do that and jump on that opportunity. So yeah, I'd agree with that. Inferno for P2. Pit stop whilst we're on P2. D Griffin 28 in the ABC racing. I'm just giving Tom more chance to think of what his answer's going to be.
Tom, can't hide, Tom.
You can't see me. You can't let me.
Stop acting like the English cricket team. Come on.
Oh, shots of fire there, aren't they?
It's all right. We've got 5.5 hours before some kind of cricket comment. I think that's good.
You know what? No, the thing is, though, I actually support the English cricket team, and I'm going to probably cop some flack on this on the forum, but no, I've been a fan of the English cricket team since birth, pretty much. But of late, yeah, that comment's valid. Anywho, you can't hide like them.
Yes, I can.
Spit
Yes,
it
I
out.
can. And I am doing so. I'm hiding. I like this hiding thing. It's quite fun. I might do it more often.
Are you going to say them not including Kevin Peterson is like not including Michael Schumacher in a Formula One team?
Yeah, it's a bit of a silly. Oh, I've just run down the end of the pitch and scored a goal. Oh, but it's against my own team. So it kind of doesn't make sense, really. But there you go. No, I think you're right. Inferno Racing do seem to have the helm on the LMP2 class, at least. So I'm pretty confident for them regarding that. Top of the championship, I'm still not going to tell you. I'm still not going to say anything because it's too close to play for. It's too close. Anything can happen, as we do indeed know, especially in endurance racing. So we'll wait.
It is close. And I think the only thing, if anything stops Inferno, I think it'll just be that inexperience. But I actually don't think that'll be a factor. But if anything stops them, it'll be that inexperience because most of them are so young. But like I said, I don't think that'll be a thing. I reckon they're ready. They're definitely ready. I reckon they've proven themselves. So time will tell on that one. What about LMGTE?
Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective, # not biased.
That's like me saying, well, for the GT Cup round, obviously Green Hill Heathens have a chance, but no, we love the Heathens.
Oh, I'd never have guessed.
No. Good lads. There's a reason I chose them because they're amazing. LMGTE, it's tough. That is,
Yeah,
it's actually
it is.
really tough. It's really tough.
It's close, isn't it?
I'm going to stick my neck out.
Hmm.
I am, and I will say team-wise, not because you said it, and not because Pedro is a heathen. But because I reckon they've got the goods. really do. I reckon they've got the consistency, and I think they're going to just sort of cruise through and take it out. So, yeah, for me, team-wise.
Question for the commentators from F1 Gaming. What do you guys think of Swift? Now, they haven't mentioned what kind of Swift, whether they think the Suzuki Swift, Taylor Swift. I mean, there's plenty of them. I mean, I think Taylor Swift's all right personally, but that's another matter because we're getting too unprofessional talking about that. But
You're of course talking about her dulcet tones, no doubt.
yes, those dulcet
Yes.
tones, of course.
Yes, exactly right.
Not watching.
Have you seen her face is going to be on the side of an IndyCar?
So I have actually seen that. Yeah, is it not the most peculiar thing you've ever seen in your entire life? And does
Andrew,
it
I
not look
think
like?
you just made Tom a very happy man.
Do you not? Do you not think that? Do you not think though that it just looks like someone's gone into Microsoft Paint, used like the airbrush tool, and then thought, "Oh, that looks all right," because it's just like the worst design livery
Yes.
I've ever seen in my entire life.
It is, but I do appreciate the shout out to Microsoft Paint and the airbrush tool because we've all used it. We've all been there.
True. Oh dear.
I'm doing what newsreaders do, and I'm shuffling the papers in front of me. So moving on, I guess.
Yeah, no, Swift Autosport is what, of course, F1 Gaming means.
What about the other classes?
Oh, nice dodging.
GT3. GT3.
GT3. Valerion, why not?
Well, they're punching the numbers, aren't they?
They are. They really are.
They
It's very
really are. They are the team to beat.
Yeah, I remember commentating on them last season at last year rather, I should say, at Spa-Francorchamps. That's obviously the same circuit we're at now. For the 24 hours, where we got 23 hours, 44 minutes in before the server decided to unceremoniously disconnect everyone.
Yeah.
And just the pace in the Valerion Racing Audi was just sublime. It was such a fantastic race to commentate on. And shout out to those guys then, because they just drove out of their skin then, and I was so impressed by them. So I really do think they're probably in with a shout, especially this season. As you mentioned, they're punching the numbers.
But they did lose that race. That was Spa, yes?
They did lose that race. You're quite right. They lost it to I can't remember his name. Michaels.
Concrete Climax Racing.
There we are. That was the one. It's been such a long time. I've forgotten.
They're the guys. No, they're the guys that run the core. I guess not a series, but it's core on GTPlanet.
Sure.
Yeah. Who are
What about
very
yourself,
good.
Andrew, other Andrew.
I'd say TNR Nismo to hold on to it.
Okay. Interesting.
I reckon Valerion, and I've got a team in the GT3, and I still reckon Valerion's going to win. And I've got some good drivers, but we're just not there at the moment. We've got some really good drivers, but the car's just not there. And I'm about to introduce another driver. In fact, I might introduce it right now. I might announce it right now. Do we all watch the leaderboards for the time trials?
A little bit.
Here and there, yeah.
Well, I've managed to get the number 6 in the world driver for the Greenhill Heathens.
Oh.
Ooh.
TRL Bow
Okay.
has taken out quite a few time trials on his own, and he will be driving for the Greenhill Heathens.
There you go.
Already
Exclusive.
sorted. That's an exclusive. The only problem is he's got some really bad internet, so we actually have to relocate him to another area, a little over 100 k's from his house to race. But this is Australia. That's nothing.
100 kilometres. What's that to the shops and back, isn't it? Pretty much.
Pretty much. I mean, Mint GTR flew 2,000 kilometres to my house for the last N24, for the core N24, and then he flew 2,000 kilometres back. So 130 k's is it's almost like a lazy hitchhike, you know. But that is our new driver, TRL Bo. So keep an eye out for the heathens, because getting a little bit better, I think.
Certainly looks to be that way.
Well, he's good. He's very good. Whether he can translate that into race pace, we'll see. But if you're that good on the time trials, you know.
you've got your money set wisely then, by the sounds of things, Andrew.
Well, I'm not a silly man. I'm going to recruit. I'm going to recruit fast guys. And we've got a lot of guys at the moment, and most of them are fast. But this fella, he's beyond fast. So this should be good. There's a bit of a shout out to the other teams. That's who you've got coming at you.
There we go. Anyway, just over 20 minutes remaining of the GTPlanet Endurance Series, the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps you're looking at. The bit of rivals racing, Peugeot number 4 you're looking at on screen at the moment, with the Flash 05 at the wheel of the car. He is leading proceedings over Audi WRS North America's number 2 R18 in second position. And you can see the commitment there from the 908 going through Eau Rouge and up to the top of it towards Radion and onto the Kemmel Straight. Very, very lovely livery car. Flashing the lights, you can see, trying to get away from the lap traffic in comparison. The Audi WRS North America outfit not too close to the Peugeot Sport Bit of Rivals racing car. And the field is fairly spread out, as you would indeed begin to imagine. Then Peugeot's AVC Racing 908 comes in third position with the number 3, of course, and then Peugeot again for ABC Racing. Number 17 is in fourth for LMP2, the first of our LMP2 runners. Then there's the ORA Racing Team, the Pescarolo. Those guys are driving the number 16 in fifth. And then the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective. They're in 6th position in the GTE class with the number 51 BMW. And then comes another LMP2 car, Nissan Inferno Racing's number 11. It's in 7th position at the moment. And then comes Ventador Racing in 8th, also in GTE. GTE also for Can-Am VRL in 9th for the number 57. And then comes a few teams who are yet to post their stint pictures, so we do not have a correct time for you on that front. In the meantime, however, there's a Bentley in the pit lane, which must mean it is time for another pit stop for the Scuderia GTMX team.
It's actually a penalty.
Is it really?
Yeah, they've been cropped up by the age-old driver limits, so they've had to come in the pits for that penalty. Yeah, because it's not scheduled at all. Also, that have been in the pits recently. I spotted the Flash in the pits not that long ago. I think they've had about 4 or 5 laps since their pit stop, but they've been in and out, and pretty much everyone's still setting reasonable pace, not lap record pace. The Bomb still fastest out there last time round, a 2:01.912. But yeah, I think everybody's quite steady and just looking to stroke it to the end.
So, there are the stint limit. They were right on the cusp of it, were the GTMX team. 4 hours and 1 minute. That was their stint limit. The stint limit is 4 hours. You go over that, even by 2 seconds, you're out, I'm afraid.
It's a hard limit. It's definitely a hard limit.
It certainly is, and it's put pace to their progress somewhat at the moment. How long is the stop-go penalty for, Andrew?
I think it's about a minute. When Avaleron Racing had one earlier, I think they were stationary for about a minute, but I might be wrong.
And that's about half a lap that equates to, really, doesn't it? So it's quite a disadvantage it will put them at as well. And bear in mind, we don't actually know that they're on true position within the race, unless that is indeed their true position, of course, because I don't believe they've posted their stint times, to the best of my knowledge, at least. So that's interesting. I will probably be promptly corrected on that. So yeah, driving time limit, not a stint limit, rather 2-minute penalty. So there we are. Thanks to confirmation from our race director AJ for that information there. So there we are. The number 7 can indeed now leave the pit lane. The Bentley speed 8 can get back up to speed indeed with the Scuderia GTMX outfit. We're still waiting for it to leave the pit lane. There we are. Confirmation received, and it does indeed finally exit the pit lane. Then, or is coming around there and thereabouts. So they've pretty much lost a lap. 2 minutes is 2 minutes is just shy of a properly quick lap here. So they've pretty much lost a lap.
Yeah, it's tough on those guys. They've not had the best of weekends and preparation for this. They had to take a penalty, of course. No, it wasn't them who had to take a penalty, but they were at the back of the grid anyway and had to come through from 11th on the grid, and that's probably put pay to any chance or any lingering chance that they had of a podium, because they've had a pretty straightforward run. I can't remember us talking about them having any other major issues, but not what you want with less than half an hour of the race to go.
No, certainly under 20 minutes indeed now remaining of the race. Looking at RCB 929, the Nissan Inferno Racing. 15 minutes now indeed remaining of the race, according to the graphic on screen on the left-hand side, you may notice. Whether indeed that is entirely accurate, because it says on our screen that there's 60 minutes remaining, but we'll wait and see on that front. So it's coming down to crunch time then. All moves, if they're going to be made, please do make them within the next 15 minutes, because it could spice up the action, certainly so. But it looks to be a fairly safe bet that Bitter Rivals Racing will indeed be taking the victory at this stage in the race. But anything can happen in endurance racing, and it usually does.
Guys, I do have a question, and it was re-asked. F1 Gaming, what do you think of Swift Autosport? Let's give them an answer. Tom?
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Apologies, sorry. Swift Autosport, I'm not going to lie to you, and I'm going to be brutally honest. I don't genuinely know that much about them, because there's so many different sort of teams within this champion. I don't know that much about Swift Autosport, unfortunately, to be able to make a comment on it. So it's something that I'm going to have to, again, unfortunately, I know how much you love it, Andrew. I'm going to have to duck out of saying anything, I'm afraid.
I think it's difficult for them because P2 really is so strong, and it's only getting stronger as well. I mean, they obviously didn't qualify for this one today. I think they've qualified. I'm just having a look now. Yes, they have qualified for the Nürburgring race tomorrow. And kind of similarly, because they've not had that much race time this season, until we see them tomorrow, we can't fully know. But it's going to be a tough ask for them to get up the order, whilst all the guys ahead of them are just getting quicker and quicker and quicker, and especially the likes of Inferno Racing. But I hope they do. I wish them all the best in getting up the order, because the more cars we can have close at the front, the better.
Can I just mention, sorry to butt in front of you there, Alexa Menos having serious problems trying to get past RCB 929. He tried to pull a move, did Alexa Menos, in towards the Fania chicane. RCB 929, though, promptly outbraked him and defended his position, which technically, although there are blue flags, he's not without his right to do so, because, of course... I mean, of course, with this, drivers have to sort of stay on. They have to stay online when a car is lapping them. So, and he was committed to the racing line was RCB, so he wasn't doing anything wrong there at all. Alexa Menos just had to wait that little bit longer, which would have lost them a couple of seconds, probably more, in that lap alone. So that's really going to sort of spoil the fun for the Audi at the moment.
Just on the Swift Autosports not qualifying, I have to say that just because you don't qualify for one race, the next one, and you've qualified for the NERB, you know, the qualification for these races in some of them is so incredibly tight, and it could come down to, you know, thousandths of a second. There's nothing saying that you can't win the next one, and it happens, and that's what you have to do. So if your team does not qualify, you just bounce back, gather your troops, rally them for the next push, and then you just go hard at it, and anything can happen out there on the track. And I've got no doubt that tomorrow Swift Autosports will be a force to be reckoned with.
D Griffin 28 is having a little bit of a... Oh, has RCB 929's just left the room? Was that for a pit stop? Anyway, D Griffin 28 looks like he's about to set a... Oh, he just misses out. He was just about to set his fastest lap so far, and he's missed out by 17 thousandths of a second. But they've not given that up. It's ABC Racing really having a good go at this to take the P2 victory, and I hope that's not a disconnection for RCB 929, because if it is, it might have just handed the P2 win to ABC. In fact, yes, I think it was a disconnection, because RCB's now joined the room again.
So there we are, a change of lead potentially in the LMP2 class. RCB 99, as you heard Andrew mention, a disconnection there, causing them some quite significant problems in the latter stages of the race. Just over, in fact, about 10 minutes now to go. There we are. So GCMX also, we've got news that it's looking unlikely for the GCMX Scuderia team to be classified, unfortunately. They've only had one driver change so far, which is interesting. And RCB has just joined the track, I do indeed believe. Has he joined the track yet, or he will be?
No, he's not joined yet.
Not joined the track yet, so we're just waiting for him to get back in the way. But of course, he's still got to wait. How long has he got to wait before he can rejoin the race? Is it 2 minutes?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, so 2 minutes he's got to wait before he can rejoin the race. If he does indeed not follow the rules and regulations, of course, that are set out, then he could be penalised for that, unfortunately, couldn't he? Of course, there could be another 2-minute penalty or something along the lines of that. There we are. RCB just checking that he has to wait 2 minutes.
So out on track at the moment, Chris 93. In fact, it's all pretty even in terms of times between the three fastest cars out on track. The Bomb 2 minutes 2.2, Chris 2 minutes 1.889, the Flash 2 minutes 2.8. So it's pretty much as you were. Blue flag for the 51. That's one of the GTE cars. That's Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective. RCB is now back in the lobby, but sitting in the pits, looking to see if there's anyone having to deal with any traffic. I saw the Bomb made really good work of the traffic earlier, about 5 minutes ago, and getting past those P2 cars. In fact, I think it was the similar P2 cars that Alex Amenos was having trouble getting past. Also close together on track. Don't think there's anyone in terms of classes close on track.
No, it's just lap traffic, as it would appear, has been the sort of story of this race, I'm afraid, for the last 2 hours, because it's still very interesting up the top, though. It's, you know, Bitter Rivals Racing, they've got the lead at the moment, but, you know, a simple mistake, maybe exceeding some kind of penalty given to them, that could turn this race on its head with less than 10 minutes to go.
RCB 929 is now back out on track. He's just coming through the left-hander, which has no name, before he heads down to Puon.
Did we not nickname that commentator's corner once before?
I don't know.
I don't know. Well, I can't remember who was it we nicknamed commentator's corner. It might have been Andrew, actually. Not you, Andrew. Other Andrew. Not Aussie Andrew. Other Andrew. I think it might have been Famine, actually. Thinking about it, I think we nicknamed it commentator's corner because everyone seemed to go off there during the race. So it should have been commentator's curse corner. So, but I think it was unofficially nicknamed commentator's corner turn 9 after Rivage and of course before Puon. It's a tricky little left-hander, that, actually. Because
it is, yeah.
Because the track drops away from you as you go round it. I mean, turn 8 is difficult in itself, of course, because the car, again, with the track dropping away from you, always understeers into there. You will always experience the car, the front, trying to wash out wide. and it's very, very difficult. Some drivers preferring to clip a later apex, others trying to get in a bit early, and you've sort of got to pick the moment square off the corner, and then, of course, run it out wide before you swing it over to the right-hand side of the track, and almost immediately afterwards in towards turn 9, which is, of course, now unofficially known as Commentator's Corner, whoever we on Earth named that with. But it's a difficult little corner, that, because, of course, he goes too wide, you lose grip, and then you're straight into the barrier, a la Pasta Maldonado. Or, of course, you don't take enough speed and enough commitment through there, and you have a poor run down the hill. But anyway, just over 5 minutes now remaining of the race here. The GTPlanet 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. If you have just tuned in, congratulations, you're in the right place. Don't bother about the football, it's not important. This is where it matters at the moment. The 6 hours of Spa coming to its climax in the commentary box this evening. We've got two Andrews, Andrew Mather and Aussie Andrew, or Andrew Heathen, or HP, or whatever on earth he does indeed want to be known as. And then, of course, you've got myself as well. My name's Tom Brooks, and it's a pleasure to have you company. Thank you indeed for tuning in this afternoon, this morning, this evening, wherever on indeed you are. If you have any questions for us within the closing stages of this race, please do feel free to let us know on the chat. Get in touch, write your questions. We'll only be too happy to answer them, I'm sure. But it's set up to be a cracking end to the race, with Bitter Rivals Racing's Peugeot 908 leading the way currently ahead of WRS's North America Audi R18.
This will be a three-peat for them. If they win this, that'll be a three-peat. That'll be 3 in a row. Bitter Rivals, that's them throwing down the gauntlet to everybody. It really is. That's them saying, come get us. That's...
Yeah.
It's impressive considering the field. That's impressive.
It certainly is. I mean, it's not something that happens every so often. I mean, you know, we like to see new winners, different winners, and you know, credit to Bitter Rivals Racing for being able to absolutely dominate proceedings and take the overall victories.
Well, if you look at the other races and the other classes, there hasn't been a consistent dominating team. Like, they're pretty much, and correct me if I'm wrong, they're pretty much the only team who's just completely dominating their class.
Yeah, I was going to say, as far as I'm aware, that's pretty much the case. So
that's huge.
It certainly is. So 5.5 minutes, just a bit less than, remaining of the race at the moment. You're looking at the cars on screen. GTMX Oscar has now left the room. Lights flashing on the screen at the moment as lap traffic tries to get past RCB 929, trying to get ahead of Tanky's BMW, the Ventador Racing. Is it Ventador Racing BMW?
Tanky's in the midweek motorsport races.
I do indeed stand corrected. Apologies. But there we are. So the GTMX driver, of course, in the Bentley has just left the room. So was that a pit stop? Or it is a pit stop. So a late change in the stages of this race. Out for a
that's as far as I know, that's a penalised occurrence. You can't do a driver change this late, as far as I know. Am I wrong in that regard, or is that wasn't in the supplementary regs, is it?
I'm not sure. We'll probably have to check with AJ. I know AJ sent us a little message saying they look like that team was going to be unclassified because they've only done one drive change. Here we go. AJ says 7 will be classified, but we'll have a 9-minute post-race penalty. So some kind of communication has broken down there with the Bentley Scuderia squad. So that's definitely going to take them out of getting a podium. It's probably going to put them 5th in LMP1, and rounds off not the best of events for those guys.
No, that's unfortunate. I'll bounce back though.
Yeah, they've had a difficult race this time out, of course, and it has been difficult for the Scuderia GTMX team. I mean, credit to them at least for showing up and showing their determination and at least trying to make it to the end. But unfortunately, it looks to have had their race run a 9-minute post-race penalty, unfortunately, and that's all they've got to show for their efforts here at Spa-Francorchamps. No silverware for their team, I'm afraid to say, but nonetheless, it's still all to play for in the LMP1 class with just over 3.5 minutes, now just gone 3.5 minutes, remaining here at Spa-Francorchamps. We wait then for the cars to come around. They'll probably get, I believe, just get 2 more laps in.
I actually think this is the last lap because we're showing the checkered at when the total time on the session shows 3 hours, and we're currently about to go 2 hours 59. The flash is just coming down the Camel Straight and coming into Lake Holm now, so I reckon this is going to be the last lap.
Okay, so well, let's wait and see. We'll probably get some kind of confirmation in just a couple of moments' time. We wait for the confirmation either on your screen or from our race director. We'll let you know as soon as we know more. Currently riding on board with the Flash 05, looking back through Rivage, that corner we were talking about just a couple of moments ago, where it's ever so easy to just punt it a bit wide and go straight to this scene of the accident, of course, where Lewis Hamilton did so 5 years ago in the 2010 Belgian Formula 1 Grand Prix. Through into Pouhon then goes the Flash 05, and he's still pushing very, very hard, though he does know he's got a commanding lead, taking to the outside of the circuit there, going a bit wide through Pouhon. Not the way they wanted to round things off, and a bit deep into Fagnes, but it's not going to matter for the Flash 05 at the moment. A bit of lap traffic ahead, but I don't think that's going to play a factor for them too much.
Checkered flag is out. Checkered flag is out, and the Flash is just about coming into Blanchimont now to take what we think will be a great victory.
So it will be. It'll be the 3rd victory on the bounce for the Bitter Rivals racing team, as Aussie Andrew just mentioned a few moments ago. So round Blanchimont comes the Flash 05, heading down for the final time in towards the bus stop chicane, down to second gear once again, through the left-hander, and coming out of the final corner, the Flash 05 takes the victory for the Bitter Rivals racing team here at the 6 hours of Spa. A cracking victory for them, 3 victories on the bounce, and a fantastic way for those guys to round off their campaign here at Spa.
Also coming across the line, Midweek Motorsport Races Collective. The number 2 car, that was the WRS North America Audi R18, the silver one. That was the first to see the flag, so I think they're a couple of laps down perhaps. Parc Fermé being formed at the top of the hill now, so RCB 929's made the finish. Ogduggy Nutty has also made the finish. Remember, you've actually got to cross the finishing line to get your points, folks. I tell you what though, look at D Griffin 28. I'm just watching this. I think they're running out of fuel. And they've not even reached Blanchimont. I was just going to say, you've actually got to get to the finish.
Oh, dear, it does.
The potential winner in LMP2 is not going to get to the finish.
Oh, no, he's coasting through Blanchimont.
Yeah, he's run out.
No. Oh, dear, oh, dear. What a cruel twist of fate for the ABC Racing outfit. All of that hard work undone. 4th in race, 1st in their class, and it all looks to have gone to pot on the final lap. What a misjudgment from the team.
How far ahead are they? That's the question.
That is the all-important question. He's just coasting around now, 80 kilometers an hour through in towards Blanchimont once again. Oh, goodness gracious me. You've got to feel sorry for those guys. They worked so hard for this victory. Taking to the grass, there goes the Pescarolo of the ORA racing team. So does that hand them the victory? We'll wait and receive some confirmation. Not entirely sure how far behind ORA racing team are, but of course you still have to cross the line to get the points on the grid. But even if you're not a fan of the ABC racing team, you've got to feel sorry for them. It's such a cruel twist of fate, especially on the final lap of a 6-hour race, rounding the bus stop at chicane. And there we are. We'll wait and see. So coming across the line at a very, very slow pace will D Griffin, and eventually come across the line. Will that mean it's victory in the LMP2 class? As we mentioned, Midweek Racers, Motorsport Collective, whatever on earth they are indeed called, of course, took the victory in the GTE class. Credit where it's due for the MWM team in the BMW. A cracking race from them. However, have ABC taken the victory in the LMP2 class? We wait for confirmation. As soon as we know, we will let you know.
That was definitely cutting it fine.
Yeah.
That was definitely cutting it fine.
It didn't come up on the lobby. Was that a car in limp home mode?
Well,
And
it was
does
it was
a limp
relatively
home mode crossing the checkered flag count as actually finishing the race?
Yeah, that's a
Well,
very good point.
if you've run out of fuel, then you're not in limp home mode. You just have your speed limited.
Okay, so
You
we'll
don't.
wait for
You don't. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure how it would translate into AJ's classification of it, but in the game, you're not in limp home mode. You unfortunately just go at 80 kilometres an hour or 60 k's an hour, whatever it is. But your car is not transparent. It's still solid. And you're still driving. You just have your speed limited.
Yeah, but it was
So
a cracking race nonetheless for the Bitter Rivals Racing Team. They took the overall victory at the GTPlanet 6 hours of Spa. The number 4, what a congratulatory, what a congratulatory, wrong word, what a fantastic win for the outfit. They took the victory overall, of course. WRS North America getting a podium, second position for the Audi. Not a bad run from them at all. And ABC Racing, so some consolation for the ABC Racing team, finishing third in class and third overall in the race. The 908 did indeed finish on the final step of the podium. Now, of course, tomorrow, this isn't the end of the action. We have got the 6 hours of Nürburgring. We were talking about the Nürburgring not so long ago, and of course the 24 hours that looms overhead within the coming few weeks. However, the 6 hours of Nürburgring takes place tomorrow. And guys, I think we're looking forward to that.
Absolutely.
Can't wait for it, to be honest, yeah. No, you go, mate. You go.
Yeah, I was just going to say, even though it's just the GP track, it's still a track I enjoy and enjoy watching racing around. So I think, given what we've had today, I mean, it died down a little bit in the second half, and I think that the red flag was probably a little bit of a factor in that. But it was still the opening parts of the race were great, and if we could see a repeat at the Nürburgring tomorrow, that'd be great for the series.
Certainly would be.
I think
awesome.
you've also...
Sorry, just to cut in front, GTP Bambi's made a good point on the YouTube stream, saying, is there not a minimum final lap time in relation to ABC Racing's calamities on the last lap? Is there a minimum final lap time? I'm not entirely sure whether there's a regulation that covers that.
No, I'm pretty sure there is.
Oh.
Just grab my paperwork. I'm pretty sure there is a final lap time. In fact, I'm certain of it.
Okay,
Their
so
final lap time, I can give you that, was 2 minutes 56.612.
okay,
Ooh, that's going to be tight.
we'll wait and
Was
receive.
that their final lap time, or is that?
That was their final lap time. Yep.
Okay.
And their fastest was a 2 minutes 6.597.
They were 50 seconds slower after having run out of fuel.
Yeah. Fastest lap of the last laps was, surprise surprise, the Bomb with a 2 minute 2.3. Fastest P2 car on the last lap was RCB 99 with a 2 minute 7.909.
I can confirm 3.3A of the sub-regs: to be classified, a car must cross the start-finish line on the racetrack after the checkered flag is shown within 5 minutes, except in a case of force majeure at the event official's discretion. So pretty sure they did that because they had most of it. Well, 256.
Yeah.
That'll do.
Yeah. I mean, the checkered flag was already out by the time they'd started their last lap
Yeah.
anyway. So yeah,
they're fine.
I mean, they're fine on that respect. So there we are, confirmation then, pretty much, barring anything over that last lap overtake between the Pescarolo and the Peugeot through Blanchimont, of course, that ABC have indeed taken the class victory in the LMP2 class. So a very, very interesting race it was. Came down to tactics in the end, and of course a blighted race almost, following a few disconnections. Unfortunately, it put a bit of a dampener on proceedings, but nonetheless it was fantastic to be a part of. Of course, the night looms overhead at Spa-Francorchamps now. Meanwhile, it's still bright and sunny here in the UK, at least for the next hour or so. But it was fantastic to be a part of. And of course, as we mentioned, these 6 hours of Nürburgring takes place tomorrow. Now that is going to be a heck of a race. We look forward to that. the grid opens at 9:30 in the morning UTC, so that's an hour ahead of where we are. Local time, of course. So let's have a look then, rather, at the start of the race. So the race will start locally in BST at 1200, so top of the hour, of course. World time, UTC, it'll start, at 10 in the morning. And, of course, the race, being 6 hours long, finishes at 4 p.m. UTC, 1800 local time. So it's set to be a cracker of a race. Do hope you can indeed join us for that one. I won't be there, unfortunately. I've got a few other commitments to make, work being one of them, unfortunately, I'm sorry to say. But we'll just take you through the entry list for the 6 hours of the Nürburgring. So let's have a look then. Avalarion Racing's #1 will be there in the Audi R18. Also, we'll have the WRS North America, ABC, another WRS North America, rather, Audi R18 there as well. So 2 Audi R18s taken to the grid. The 2 Peugeots made up of ABC Racing in the blue 908. And then, of course, the Orica Matmut liveried 908. The Bitter Rivals Racing car will also be there in the #4. And it's going to be a GTMX. Let's hope for them to have a better run next time out tomorrow. They'll also be, of course, racing the Bentley Speed 8 in LMP1 at the 6 hours of the Nürburgring. On towards the LMP2 class, we've got SSR Motorsports #10 in the Gibson Nissan. Also Inferno Racing #11 in the Gibson Nissan. They'll be there as well. And then, of course, ORA Racing Team in the Pescarolo in the C60 Hybrid. ABC Racing make a return once again. Hopefully another cruel twist of fate as we have seen here at Spa. They are back out in their Courage Peugeot with the Swift Autosport #18 in the Courage Judd. Rounding off the LMP2 class. Then, of course, the LM GTE class also taking to the field. The Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective #51 starts proceedings in the BMW M3 GT2. Venator Racing also making a return in the 52, also a BMW GT2 for them. Then TNR Full Performance #54 in the 4GT LM spec. That'll be very interesting to see how they get on. Stiggs TC, TNR Philo taking proceedings for them. Very interesting. 1 gold, 1 platinum rated driver. Can-Am VRL in the #57, the Corvette C6R with F1 Racer and GT Racer, as well as Lord Dragon KD at the wheel for them. And then we've got Team Wise Racing, TWR, as we refer to them, in the Corvette C6R in the #58, rounding off proceedings in the LM GTE class. So that then is the entry list, at least, and confirmation. A mention from Bambi. GTMX will not be there tomorrow, did not qualify. So, shame to see that a Scuderia GTMX will not make the starting grid for tomorrow's 6 hours of Nürburgring.
Looks like it's going to be a pretty
Oh
pretty
my
big race tomorrow.
goodness me, look at this. Zero, I was just mentioning that D. Griffin's stuck in the entrance to the pit lane. Dear oh dear. He's now out of it now, fortunately. That was handy. Oh, blimey. So, how did that happen? Such a tight pit lane. There we go. But, yeah, the 6 hours of Spa. Gentlemen, what a race it has been to commentate on.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
been
been
great.
another good one.
It certainly has done. It was a bit of a slow burner, as I think we should probably refer to it, of course, not helped by the disconnection issues, unfortunately. However, we shall hope that they do not return tomorrow, and indeed we have ourselves a cracking race.
Yeah, that was a bit of a hand grenade. Bit of a hand grenade for a couple of new commentators. That was interesting. I think tomorrow's race is going to be a belter. Hopefully, like you said, there are no connection issues. What I would say is for those teams competing tomorrow and those teams competing in the rest of the season, they're rivals of ours, but take a note from bit of Rivals Racing today, because the way they ran that race was just how you need to run an endurance race. They sat back when they needed to sit back, and they pushed when they needed to push, and they did pretty much everything perfectly. And that's how you win one of these races. So it's going to take a lot to beat them. They definitely can be beaten. But if you're looking to run an endurance race, that's how you do it. My hat is off to those guys. Definitely.
So there we are. So as we mentioned, the 6 hours of Nürburgring back on tomorrow. If you're going to be watching the live stream, you're in for a bit of a treat. We look forward to that event. It should be absolutely superb. It will be absolutely superb. There's no doubt about it. So I hope you can indeed join us then. If there is anything you'd like to ask last minute, feel free to get in touch, of course. You can indeed comment on the stream. We'll try and answer it as best as we can. Of course, we're still waiting for confirmation of the results from the LMP2 class at least, but we are of the belief that Dean Griffin of the Peugeot powered Courage has indeed won the race for the SSR, sorry, the AVC racing team rather. So, like I say, we will wait to see if there is indeed any change on that front, but we are not expecting anything along those lines. So, there we are. So we've got we've got the final results to come up at some point soon. So keep an eye on the thread for that. They'll be up at some point in the near future. Of course, just keep your eye on the GTPlanet Endurance Series on GTPlanet.net. But it's been a pleasure to commentate for you this evening. Thank you ever so much for your company over the past 6 hours. From myself, Tom, from Andrew, and Aussie Andrew as well. I think for now it is goodbye, and we'll see you tomorrow for the 6 hours of Nürburgring. Have yourself a wonderful evening, wonderful morning, wonderful afternoon, the rest of your day, whatever indeed you're getting up to, and we'll catch you tomorrow at midday. See you then.
Thanks, everyone.
Oof. That was a good one.
Blimey, there we are. Very tactical, that one.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
Hello.
Hey, AJ.
great job.
Thanks.
Wait a minute. Just see if